Welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream and to this Let's Build with Skyfisher Spooder, our Golgari Spider control deck in competitive Pauper Commander. I hope you all are doing well today. Welcome to the stream, and I'm really excited to take another stab at this fantastic Golgari commander that does so much that we like in this particular meta that we're finding ourselves in. And today, I have brought in my friend, Dax, who is a fellow patron. He's also a newly minted YouTube and Twitch content creator. Dax, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey, I am doing well. Looking forward to getting into this. Golgari is one of my main colors, and appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, it sure is. You know, one of the first games that we played after we'd kind of been introduced, after you joined the Patreon, was with you playing Greta. And you actually did really, really well in the game, despite the fact that the commander itself lacks some of the support that it needs. We don't really have enough food stuff, but you were in the final two, you and I, and we played a very close game where I was on the ropes, and I think I was playing Rakdos Gut. I was playing Gut Throne, and you did a fantastic job. You showed the power of Blood Researcher, which was really impressive, and just generally life gain to stay alive. And I think right now in this particular meta, having life gain built into your command zone or built into your strategy is something that's really effective. And we just had a long chat about Dina, Soul Steeper, as being another kind of context where you can do that. And so for this live stream today, folks, I thought Dax would be a perfect person to bring on. He's a Golgari lover like I am, and he's been learning the format here with a variety of different commanders. So I'm really glad to have you here, Dax. And one of the things I want to share too for the folks here watching is that Dax has a YouTube channel that he's building. He's also got a Twitch live stream that he hosted his first live stream just recently, and you can expect to see a lot more content from him in the future. If you want to check out his channel and see some of the stuff he's done before, nothing magic related on the YouTube just yet, but that'll change. You can go below and you can find his channel there, DaxxGoesFace on YouTube. That's 2 X's, and subscribe so that you can follow more great cPDH content as it comes out. So without further ado, Dax, do you want to dive into Skyfisher Spider with me here?
Yeah, I do. And to your point, with Gretchen. So I think Golgari lends itself to a couple different ways.
Or with Greta?
I'm sorry. Yes. With Greta, not Gretchen. I'm sorry, that's a different color. But I definitely believe you there. I think the life gain, which we may touch base a little bit here on this moving forward, because Skyfisher kind of does something similar. And I did make, we were discussing Dina because I took my Greta deck and made it into a Dina deck. But yeah, I'm ready to dive right into this one. I think we were sitting here for an hour beforehand just discussing cards.
So it's easy to talk Magic with folks who enjoy it. When you've got that mutual passion for the game. Mizu said, "Look at those handsome fellas." Well, thank you. We got one handsome fellow at least. He's over here.
No! Look at that! I can't compete with that robe, man. I can't compete with that robe.
I'm not gonna lie. This robe is a treasure. It is very special to me. And for folks who are watching this maybe for the first time, or maybe you've been watching the channel for a long time, but maybe you're here after we switched over to the Common Connoisseurs, part of the branding that we had at the beginning was actually built around this robe. I was at a birthday party with a friend of mine, and I came dressed as Hugh Hefner. My partner at the time was dressed in something kind of lewd, and so we had kind of a shtick going. And somebody at the party took a picture of me under a purple light on the porch, drinking whiskey out of a glass, and it became the whole brand was built around this idea of smoking cigars. I have a cigar in my finger too. Smoking cigars, having a drink in your smoking room with these fancy leather. As Anchorman says, my apartment smells of rich mahogany, and I have many leather-bound books. That vibe, except you're playing with the cheapest Magic cards possible. We're not playing cEDH. We're not playing Vintage or Legacy like you would expect with whiskey and mahogany. But that was part of the double entendre, actually, of the original vibe of the channel. So I didn't bring this here intentionally today. I just got out of bed, put this on, and never took it off. So here we are live streaming. I had a busy morning. With that, friends, let's dive right into Skyfisher Spider. Here we are. So what is Skyfisher Spider? First of all, let's take a look at this commander. Skyfisher Spider was printed in the Brothers War set, and it is a 4-mana 3/3 reach spider in Golgari. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. So we have an incentive for creatures. When you do, destroy any target non-land permanent. Okay. When it dies, you may gain 1 life for each creature card in your graveyard. If you do, there's a replacement effect that exiles it from your graveyard. Okay. And there's a lot to like here. And we've actually tackled this one on live stream before, but I'm not afraid to like reapproach a commander like this that has a lot of potential and admit that my first build of it was, had room for improvement. And I think that's what I'm seeing here. I've become a much better deck builder since then, and there's a lot in Golgari that I'm excited to check out that's going to really help us grind our opponents to dust. Mizu says, connoisseurs of the fine common cardboard. Exactly. That's where it came from, right? Exactly. It's an inside joke, kind of tongue in cheek, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard. Yeah. It's self-depreciating in the best way. So I'm glad that you get it, Mizu. For those watching too, Mizu is one of our patrons. Yeah, we got to get that chat on screen. There we go. Boom. So Skyfisher Spider, a couple of different incentives, right? We want to have lots of creatures, and we kind of want creatures that die and do something so that we can get value out of those creatures. A lot of times these creatures that die, they're going to have some sort of effect that sort of justifies, like that incentivizes them to die. And so maybe a card like a creature that like ramps you when it dies or draws cards when it dies. And then it maybe accomplishes some other function in between. Having a very creature-heavy deck right now is a very good thing in this meta. It means more attackers, more blockers, more things to bring back with really powerful graveyard recursion spells like Reaping the Graves, Wander in Death, Blood Fountain, Unearth, things like that. The fact that this destroys non-land permanents is kind of disgusting. When I first read this card, like if this was just Ravenous Chupacabra that like blew up a creature when it came into the battlefield, it would still be playable. But the fact that you can pick off like a Whisper Silk Cloak, a Nurok Stealth Suit, an Aura on a land, a Freed from the Real that didn't manage to and go infinite, which isn't very common. Usually if they resolve that spell, they go infinite. But maybe somebody boomerangs their land. I don't know, something like that. This is super, super flexible. You can pop a Tortured Existence with this. And you can kill just like a Dargo, kill the Dargo. You can kill all sorts of different things, which is really, really strong. It's super flexible. So we have a Vindicate attached to our commander, okay? And when it dies, so we have a good ETB and a death trigger. When it dies, instead of sending it to the graveyard, we can gain life for each creature in our graveyard. So that's the second part of this, right? Like ETB, destroy a creature, is very powerful as it is. And the fact that it also is going to gain us life really just pushes us straight into control. This is an amazing control commander for that reason. It also means that if our opponents attack us, we can mitigate a lot of that damage by just putting Skyfisher Spider underneath it. And then when it dies, we can gain life. Or we can start to abuse Grave Flicker effect. And this is where this deck gets really interesting. If we use cards like Undying Evil, Undying Malice, Supernatural Stamina, Feign Death, all these different effects that we have access to, then we start to see a different picture emerge. The entering of the battlefield or the dying of the spider becomes this axis for either gaining a lot of life or destroying our opponent's permanents, which is great. The fact that we can destroy any permanent also means that a lot of times there may be a reason people want us around. Like if there's a player putting hard to destroy permanents on the battlefield, Skyfisher Spider is going to be a tool to help mitigate the effect they have on the table. So there's a political dynamic that I think is also really strong with Skyfisher Spider. It also just randomly has reach, which is like not nothing. I mean, it's not the best keyword. I would say it's probably among one of the worst. But flying is the best keyword in the format other than extort. Maybe they're like tied or something. And so reach becomes better when flying is happening. So very excited about this one. Dax, when you see this commander, what are there any sort of cards that come to mind? Any sort of effects or any sort of gameplay styles that we want to take on with this that kind of immediately come to your head?
Yeah, so I think you hit the nail on the head there, where like that first paragraph there is that's the mishmash, right, of the green and the black, right? The green
The
can
first
be kind
paragraph.
of,
Yeah. There's
yeah,
two of them. It's a lot
yeah.
of text.
There is two. It's the first, right? There's two different segments to break down here, right? Like, so we get the green enchantment, artifact removal on the spider, or target permanent, right? That'll be the black side, and then the second paragraph leads into the black. But for me, it says another creature. It doesn't say non-token. So
Yeah.
my first thought was, creatures that maybe enter with something else, or replace themselves, right? So
Yeah.
you can almost get two, because you want that main creature to be in the graveyard. So if we do sacrifice the Skyfisher Spider, it'll see that other creature, and then we can return it back to the graveyard and have essentially four, triggers or sacrifice
Yes.
outlets for the Skyfisher Spider.
So something that comes to mind with that, because you mentioned the non-token, is anything that's going to produce more than one body is going to be really good. Like a lot of times the ingredients for an aristocrats deck, which is kind of like it's a little bit aristocratic, right? Like there's a sub theme going on here of aristocrats that we're going to need to feed a little bit. Now, one way that I encourage people to think about decks sometimes is like, what does the commander ask you to do? And this is a little bit of evergreen content for you all out there to think about. Is whenever we're building a commander, ask yourself, what does this commander demand of me? And I thought about this a lot when I was building around Garna, Bloodfist of Keld, as well as Gut. So any Gut deck, it says, if you feed me, Gut will make you an army. So the deck building incentive around Gut is to have a lot of things to feed into Gut. And the most efficient way to do that is any permanent that produces another permanent or two, because that's going to allow us to get multiple triggers off of the same piece of food, because we only want to play as much food as we have to, right? We don't want to fill the deck with like 50 slots allocated to food, and so that's the deck building incentive for Gut. For Garna, it's saying kind of the same thing. It's saying you play food, but Garna demands that you have a sacrifice outlet as well. Whereas in Gut, it is the sack outlet and it is the army, right? It says you don't need to play threats in your deck. You just need to play food to feed me and probably protection to keep me around, because I'm a centerpiece of the deck. Okay. We have cards like Crackling Drake and Murmuring Mystic, that commander pair. They're paired because you can tutor for the Murmuring Mystic now. That pair, what is it saying? It's saying we want instants and sorceries in our deck as much as possible, right? We want to maximize the number of things that we do that are instants and sorceries, so that the Crackling Drake gets big and so that the Murmuring Mystic produces lots of tokens. Okay? Something like Witherbloom Apprentice, instants and sorceries and storm spells or copies, like Maestro's Theater casualty type stuff. And so, or in that case, it could be spells with flashback or retrace or something like that allows it to come back over and over and over again. You got lots of uses out of it. So Skyfisher Spider is telling us we need to have some amount of food that probably has an ETB and or an LTB effect on it that gives us something else, whether that be cards, lands, extra bodies. Maybe it comes back from the graveyard with Unearth. A good example would be like, I'm forgetting the name of Scrapwork Rager, which is a 4-mana 2/2 ETB, draw a card, gain a life, and then it unearths to produce another body to draw a card, lose another life, and then when we unearth it, so we can play it, we can sack it, and then we can do it again, right? So multiple different ways, because every time this ETBs, we do have to sack another creature. So we're going to want to have creatures that produce a lot. Another one would be like Brindleshote or Myconid Spore Tender, I think is what it's called, that has 3 bodies and it ramps. So that's kind of the deck building incentive we have here. Also, our commander is basically removal, right? So that doesn't necessarily tell us that we play no removal, but it means we can play slightly less because the grave flickers are going to be removal. Our commander entering is removal. What about naturalize? We don't need naturalizes either, because this is the naturalize, right? We might play something really good like Return to Nature, where it's like also graveyard hate, but we can kind of go lower on that, right? So we earn ourselves deck slots by our commander choice, and that's always a really good sign, right? Like in Rakdos Gut, 35 food, removal, draw spells, and ramp. That's it. There's literally, you don't even have to put threats in the deck. Another one would be like Corpse Augur. Corpse Augur is a 4-mana 4/2 zombie wizard. When it dies, you draw cards and you lose life equal to the number of cards in target player's graveyard. Okay, so that commander to me just says, I don't want to play Night's Whisper. I don't want to play Sign in Blood. I don't want to play anything that draws me cards and loses me life. I want to enable my commander. And how do I do that? Life gain. So that deck is mostly life gain. And so what do you earn? You earn a bunch of slots to do other things because you're not having to play draw spells, right? So that's kind of the way I think about this one here. We want to think about our deck building incentives. Now, I have built this before. The entire deck is down here. However, I felt like I wanted to revisit this one from scratch, and I wanted to do it with you, Dax, because you're pursuing the Golgari stuff, and it's kind of in your wheelhouse, and that maybe we would find our way to a better version of it than the one we had before, which was putting up results. I was winning games with it, but I just think we can do a little bit better. So to start things off, let's take a look at what I had here, and actually, do I have the? Let me get the list to you here real quick. Dax, you can see it in a Discord here.
Yeah.
Bingo. And a link to you all in chat here as well. If you haven't seen the one in the description below, that is the link we're going to be following. And let's take a look at what we can do here. While we're at it, I'm going to add you as a co-author for this. And I'm going to enable you to make edits to this as well. So once you can go up into your notifications and it'll say, I've invited you, you accept the invite, and then you'll be able to make changes alongside this with me. So,
Gotcha.
Hey there, Neil. Neil says, hi, Ryan, Dax in chat. Welcome, Neil. Glad to have you
Hello.
here. And hope you're having a great day over there. And yeah, we're going to get stuck in with some Golgari Control here. This is my jam. I would say, for a little context, the first decks that I popularized in cPDH back when it was Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora were still unbanned in the format, and you basically had to play blue for people to consider your deck to be good. I was playing Witherbloom Apprentice, and I was playing Crackling Drake, and I was playing Vizkopa Guildmage, and I can't remember the other, Mayhem Devil. All decks with no combo in it, and only if one had blue in it. Because I was really interested in this archetype. From a game theory standpoint, Control and mid-range do a really, really good job on preying on the fact that when there's a combo player at the pod, they're just doing something that is existentially threatening now, and we do it later. And because of that, if they try to combo off and go instant, you can't sit there and be like, my kill spell is going to help stop their eventual win later on. You have to use it to stay alive if you want to continue to make decisions. Right? If you still want to be in the game, you need to save your removal and your interaction for the player who ends all decision making. The combo player does their thing, they win. Control doesn't always win when it does its thing, and it's going to be slower. So we're taking advantage of just how the meta is when we're playing Control. So that's why I'm excited about this. So when you look at the considering section there, Dax, is there anything that we want to start off with, like any sort of effects that maybe are fundamental that we want to establish as a groundwork first?
I guess that's a good question.
Could be like food would be one option, or draw.
Yeah, I think we touched on that first, right? Like the creatures that
the food
give us some value, right? Let's feed Skyfisher Spider here a little bit.
Okay.
She comes in, she's hungry.
She's hungry.
Let's give her a little dinner here. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the nice thing is that Skyfisher Spider also, it's a May ability, so we don't need to use it every time, right? So that's also quite nice. We don't even need to. There's some political elements to this too, like around how you use the removal. Like you don't need to use this to oppress the table, right? You don't need to use this to like make it so that people can't play the game. You probably could. You could pick off specific things, but this isn't a super repeatable. It is repeatable. Like we'll probably get multiple uses out of it just by casting it, or maybe a gray flicker occasionally. But for most part, it's a one and done, right? We're getting our first kill, and then that's fine. So the food is important. Let's look at the first series of creatures, and they're actually in ramp, and that is Primal Druid. When it dies, it's a 2/1. When it dies, you search your library for a basic land card and put it into the battlefield. This card is kind of exciting to me. I like what this does. It's a body that if people are attacking us and we have it in play, we can just ramp when we block with it, or we can sack it to the Spider and it's going to get us a land. Because we are control, we're going to want a ramp. So Primal Druid can go into the main deck. We have Viridian Emissary, which is the same card. Whenever it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, same thing. And then there's a new ramp card that we have that you had in your deck. It's 3 CMC, and it's food, O, token, O tag, ramp. This one makes a human, a food, and or, so you choose 2, right? This seems like the perfect card for this deck, right? So we go 3 mana, ramp into a land, make a 1/1, turn 4, we can cast the Spider and immediately sack a 1/1, or we can make a food if we need to gain life. So that seems like a good one. And at any time too, Dax, if anything comes up that you want to include here, you just let me know and we'll
Sure.
make sure to make space for that. So, okay, so those ones seem good. Something like Farhaven Elf is quite nice. It's the same thing except it's an ETB and it's 1 more mana. And it fits into our curve, which is nice. We cast it, it enter, Skyfisher Spider can come in at the next turn at the very minimum. We might have a little bit more mana, but it can come in and it can immediately sacrifice that. We also have Llanowar Visionary could be an option as well, where it's like ETB, draw a card, so it's a Phyrexian Rager that also ramps. And so we're maybe happy to sacrifice it because it's like doing multiple things. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I see the growth spasm in there, which basically ramps us.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
growth spasm is
the one.
great.
Yeah, so it gives us the body. So it gives us the ramp into hand and then creates the body, which we can sacrifice for extra mana if we need be.
Yeah,
or,
if we need more mana, we can
Spider.
also... Yeah. It's quite modal. This is actually a ramp spell that I think a lot of people sleep on because but it's kind of like 3 mana you get 2, or 3 mana get 2 lands. 1 is temporary. 1's like a treasure token, a bad treasure token. Would we play, I think people would play this. They would see it more obviously if it said 3 mana, search for a basic land, put it into play tapped, make a treasure, right? But they, I don't know, I think they discount it for that reason. So that's a good one. Springbloom Druid is just a 3 mana Harrow, which also seems great. They do come into play tapped, so it's a little bit worse for that reason. And then one that I really like is Underseller Myconid, which is a 3 mana 1/2. It taps to make a mana of any color. It also, when it enters, it makes a 1/1, and when it dies, it makes a 1/1. So this is like premium. 3 bodies on 1. It ramps. We don't even have to sack the Myconid to get the food, right? So this is going to be very staple for the deck. Wood Elves, another one, the Forest card. That's good. We might be able to tutor up like a duel with this, or we could tutor up a Gingerbread Cabin if we wanted. And then we have, so those are kind of the finest of them. We also have Primal Growth, though. This is a card a lot of folks don't know about. This is a 3, it's just a 3 mana get a land. And if you sack a creature, you can get 2, and they come into the battlefield untapped. So this one not only puts a land into play untapped, but if you cast it for 3 and you sack a creature, like what if you went turn 2? I think the first game I played this, I went turn 2 Primal Druid into turn 3 Primal Growth, and I untapped on my next turn with, actually I played my land for turn and I had 7 lands in play. Because you go 3 lands, you get 1 off the Primal Druid, 2 off the Primal Growth, and then you play your land for turn, and that's 7 mana on turn 4. Which is really good. So I think this one probably makes a home here, right?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I was just reading the card here. I don't think I've ever seen Primal Growth. So
it's a cool one.
Just learning this card right here, but I definitely dig it for sure.
So maybe what we can do is instead of focusing on areas, we can also just focus on cards that just seem obvious for the deck, right? So other cards that we're going to want to play, I think it's going to be like the whole black draw suite, right? Like these cards, if we have things to sacrifice, are the most efficient draw spells in the format. We could play Night's Whisper too. I think it's just a good spell for what we're doing. Reckoner's Bargain. We can play, let's see, sacrifice, draw. Let's just see what we get for that. So there's Altar's Reap is another one that we could play, depending on how deep we go into that. Cirith Ungol Patrol is kind of cool here too, isn't it?
Yeah,
This
that's
is
another one of my favorite cards where it's on flavor for sure. Where like
oh,
you sacrifice a creature and
it's
it
there's
makes
spider
food. It
webs in
makes
it.
food. Yeah, and the art's on theme too, right? But I just love the idea. I want more effects like this where you sacrifice a
Yeah.
creature and you turn it into food or into a
Yep.
token. Um, I
This one
like this
making
kind of
like a
effects.
card and a food is like the barrier with Sirith is that it's 5 mana and it's a 4/5. So one of the weird things about it is that we kind of want to like do this on our opponent's turn after we've blocked, because otherwise we're tapping down our big blocker, right?
Mhm.
It can't attack and block at the same time, which is a bummer, but it's 1 mana. It gets us a food and it draws us a card. So I think this card just like it probably earns its place here as being just very good. We've got Corrupted Conviction. Card like Crypt Lurker is kind of interesting too, although this one I just don't know if it does enough. Like compared to like a Phyrexian Rager, it's not 2 bodies. It ETBs, you sack a creature or discard a creature card if you do draw a card. So this one's like it's like enabling the sacrifices, and it's a 3/4 for 4, but it's like it may be asking us a little bit too much. I like the body on it, but
Mhm.
I think this one can go into our sideboard just to think about. We have a Static Awakener, which is another. This is kind of my favorite. This is one of my pet cards. As I do have pet cards. This one is 1 mana, 1/1. You can pay 3, sack another creature, draw a card, and then transform it into the sickest 4/4 that ever existed, with no text on it, but the flavor text is just savage. Um, yeah, I'll zoom in on this. This is like, this is perhaps like, I don't know, if I was like really into metal music or something, this could be like the
Mhm.
lyrics to a song, right? It's insane.
Yeah,
Unholy laughter. He looks very excited to have just split out of his skin.
yeah. Like he was trapped,
Yeah, he was trapped. Yeah.
for eons. Yeah,
Uh
I
huh.
dig it.
So a Static Awakener is a cool card. I don't know how the so this card does feed into like turn 3 plays. So we could go turn 1 a Static Awakener, turn 2 Primal Druid, turn 3 a Static Awakener, sack the Primal Druid, right? That kind of a thing. That's an
Mhm.
option. It just depends on how many things we want to sacrifice things outside of our commander, because the more that we do, the more bad cards we have to play that need something else for them to work, right? So this one
Mhm.
strikes me as being like a maybe, but the 4/4 is good. It draws a card. It's kind of comes down early. It can immediately sacrifice something when it comes in. It doesn't need to have haste. So that's an option. Gibbering Barricade is a card I really like. It's 3 mana, 2/4. It's like a big black blocker that pay 3, sack a creature, gain a life, draw a card. This is kind of like the Sirith Ungol Patrol, except it comes down earlier. It can do it multiple times, and the
Mhm.
life gain is immediate. You don't have to pay for the food. So this one strikes me as kind of good too. Um, I wonder if we're going to go into food synergies at all with this, with like with with the cat, with the Cauldron Familiar. I don't know, like if there will be enough of them. Like if it could come back 2 or 3 times, like that would be enough maybe to be like a body and a little bit of drain. But
See
I don't know.
here.
It's a little on the fence here. Um, we've got Infernal Idol is just a good ramp card, but I think we're probably going to want to be sticking mostly with creatures as much as we can. Although Infernal Idol just kind of like it's just a good draw effect that we could consider. So we'll throw that in the sideboard. Um, Cards like Lembus, which are kind of interesting. Scry 1, draw a card. You can sack it to gain 3, or we can sack it to a Reckoner's Bargain or a Deadly Dispute or a Costly Plunder.
Mhm.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Golden Egg in
Um,
that same vein as well.
that's true.
If
That's
we,
true.
I guess Ginger Brute, right? Like he at least has some unblockability. He's considered
Yep.
he is a food. So if the initiative's in play, Monarch's in play, other than hasty creatures, he's pretty much pretty unblockable.
Yeah. Yeah. Ginger
But
Brute's really good. Yeah. Ginger Brute lends itself, like in a control deck, if we were going to play Ginger Brute, it does a lot of different functions. It does help us keep control of the Monarch and the Initiative, which are probably things that we're going to play here, at least the Initiative.
mhm,
Um, and um, and it gains life, which is good. And if we were playing Cranial Plating, it would be an amazing card for Cranial Plating. but I don't know if we're going to find ourselves with enough artifacts to feed cranial plating. That's kind of something we'll just have to see, as it develops. Like maybe if we had like, Nihil Spellbomb, Mind Stone, Lembus kind of draw, that kind of stuff, then maybe, Infernal Idol, maybe there's something to that. But I do want to be careful that we don't get drawn in too many weird directions. I do want to take a chance to thank everybody who's joined us for the live stream. I see that there's 8 of us here, so I hope you all are having a great day out there. For those of you that have just joined, if you have just hopped in the chat, Skyfisher Spider is what we're building today. This is our Golgari Control commander here that blows up hard to blow up things. I was going to mention too, by the way, about this destroy target non-land permanent. Most decks that I build and most decks that I see rarely play more than 2 effects that can destroy artifacts and enchantments. And the fact that this just does it kind of like willy-nilly is kind of sick. Like, I almost wonder if this is mostly for non-land permanents that aren't creatures, and sometimes you blow up like a bigger creature with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a modal card, right? Like those are usually the ones that I tend to play myself. That can do, a creature with flying, because you said that's one of the top keywords, in the format. So if I can do an enchantment, an artifact, or a creature with flying, I usually have, shower with arrows, and another one on top of the other kill spells. But yeah, to your point, like 2 or 3. So the fact that it's in the command zone and it's repeatable, it definitely frees up some spots in the deck for us, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I was also looking here. We've got like the Spark Reaper, Soul Reaper of Mogus. These ones are kind of interesting. They're nice because they're repeatable, but they're very mana intensive. The nice thing is that they do have a body, so there's some like value to that. But we have to compare them against what they cost to do. So like a Village Rites is 1 mana draw 2, Deadly Disputes 2 mana draw 2, Reckoner's Bargains 2 mana draw 2. These are 6 mana draw 1 for the body. You're getting a body and you're drawing a card by sacking a creature, and then you're getting 1 more body every time you do it. The question is, how many times do you do this in a game? And I think the problem with these is that it's not often more than 2. So then it's like 9 mana draw 2, 2/3, which is like very not good. So what I'm actually looking for, I added Dross Pits and Hunter's Mage. A lot of time these cards in control decks, you like the ability to sacrifice these late game to get cards when all you need is more gas. Like you're in that late game stretch, you just want to get more resources. Other people don't have these in their command zone or in their mana base, and we do, which gives us a lot of advantage there. So play these. I added Witch's Cauldron as well, because it seems like this one checks the box better than those other ones, right? Just nobody's going to kill it. It's only 2 mana to draw a card. It gains us life. It's only 1 mana to play. So our first card off this is 3 mana. Second card is 5 in total. Third is 7. And it can also kind of protect us against certain effects like Oubliette and things like that. Yavimaya Elder came up on here. This seems like a lot of value. It's 2 cards on 1. And it can be 3 if we sack it to itself, right?
Yep.
So turn 3, play this. Turn 4, Skyfisher Spider, get 2 lands. That means we have our land drop set for the rest of the game, right? Like, that's something to think about, right? So sometimes one of the things I found with like Soul, what's it called? Sisay's Ring, Urgolem's Eye, Firemind's Vessel, Kozilek's Channeler, these cards that make 2 mana like that, is, or even actually in Goreclaw, you have the formidable ones and the ferocious ones and the Elysian Caryatid and like the Leafkin Druid that make 2 mana. Those cards kind of read, I have your first and your second cast of your commander covered. And that's what this says, right? This says, I have your mana covered for the next 2 turns, which means you will draw another land, which means we will continue to hit our land drop. So I think Yavimaya Elder seems very good for the deck, right?
Yeah, but while you were speaking there, I never really thought of that, right? Like the sequencing of a lot of these cards, where the chat swaying into some pro sports talk, but like I know pro football teams, like they usually sequence their first, they have what they want to do on the first X plays, of a specific game,
Right.
And then they don't sway off of that, right? Like this is what it is. We'll rehash this out later, right? Like where I think if we can get a couple of those cards where we consistently can get Skyfisher Spider out, right? It's a 4-costed commander. If we can get it out a turn early or on curve, right? Other 2-costed commanders that are a nuisance that may be tapped out, or have maybe 1 mana floating that don't have the protection for it, and can really slow down those other particular decks. Where I think, like, if we stay even keeled, and then the second half of this guy, this commander, and what we want to do with Golgari is just constantly maybe just keep gaining life, and just grind this out to a halt. Late game, if they've had to recast their commander 3 or 4 times, like we just we do the Skyfisher Spider thing, and they can't play their commander. It's just GG. And
absolutely.
And I
this
think
fits
that's
really well into that, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I myself don't. Like I said, I just I think I kind of fall into that trap myself, where it's just like, oh, like I said, all this stuff makes sense. Maybe if I cast my commander on curve, that's great. But to your point, like in this instance, in the sequencing, I think it's huge. It's a huge part of the game that maybe some people, like myself included, don't really take into consideration.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of looking at things in context, right? So like, what are we doing in the deck? What does our commander ask us to do? How do other people at the table perceive us? What are they feeling pressured to do? How is our sequencing? Like, sometimes you might have a commander that seems like it wants to get out fast, but it could be the case that getting it out fast actually just puts a huge target on your head. And if you're not actually prepared for that, if your deck doesn't actually deal with that well, then that's not really a great play, right? And it's kind of the case with some of these combo commanders from like days gone by, where like in today's meta, like a Ley Weaver, Lore Weaver has a lot of trouble because it's command zone. It doesn't even have to play any cards for you to look at that and be like, that's infinite. Its command zone says I can draw my deck and I can mill the table very, very very quickly, right? And so the question is, can it handle the hate that it invites, right? And it's not hate because they don't like Simic. It's hate because if they don't, that commander combo will kill them, right? And so then the question is, does the command zone, does anything about the deck help you survive until you can do that? And with Weavers, the answer is no. Unfortunately, like Weavers needs to allocate slots to like maybe like 3 or more fogs, and they've got to be big ones. We're talking about like Moment's Peace, Tangle. There's also Spore Cloud, which is a second copy of Tangle. It's just 3 mana, and it has a little bit of a different sequencing. You have to use it when they're after blocks, basically, is kind of how it works. But you need to play those cards to be able to make that deck survive. Otherwise, the edicts, the removal, the sweepers, the counter spells are just so efficient that it can be really hard to overcome. So in this deck right here, we do just want to get our mana online. We just want to have a ton of mana so we can start doing a ton of different stuff. We can have lots of options. We want to be able to develop and hold up answers all at the same time. And I think these cards that like guarantee our land drops are phenomenal for that. They're really strong. Okay, so some other cards going through here that as we go through this list here, we're kind of looking at ramp spells mainly. We had a Druid of the Emerald Grove here, which is 4 mana, 2/2, so it doesn't really fit into our curve all that well, but maybe that's okay. It's just kind of 4 mana ramp usually wants to be like a small part of your ramp package. You want to have like mostly 2s. So the way I do it is like if I had a deck with 20 ramp spells, I would go like 10, 2, or maybe 11, 2-drop ramp spells, 5, 6, 3-drop, and then like 3, 5, 4-drop for a ramp. So I try to make a distribution that's like a nice ski slope so that you mostly hit the 2s into the 4s and the 5s, right? And I think in this deck, the 4 might be a little bit awkward there with the Druid, and it doesn't always put them onto the battlefield. It's, right. So it is a body, it is getting 2 lands, but it's nowhere near like the Yavimaya Elder, right? So yeah, now what do you think about like Harrow, Kodama's Reach, Grow from the Ashes, Cultivate, Sakura Tribe Elder? These are like generically good ramp spells, but, and I don't actually know what the answer to this is, but are they, I mean, they do guarantee we're going to cast our commander and hit our land drop, but they're not giving us a body. Is it okay that they don't? Because they give us 2 cards?
I mean, I think Steve does, the Sakura Tribe Elder. I mean, at least that gives us a body versus the spell. I think is it Rampant Growth at least gives us 2 in that frame. I think one on the battlefield and one.
Oh, Rampant's just one, but you're thinking of Cultivate and Kodama's Reach.
Okay, yep. So yeah, I'm sorry. That was Kodama's Reach was the other one I was thinking that
Right.
Again, if I can smooth out our land drops for like I said, the later turns, or like, it's not necessarily, I think in that instance, if I have, maybe 2 lands in one of those, knowing I'll be able to get 2 lands in a future turn on turn 3, right? And then I think it's a little bit more grounding where you can continue to play out what you want in that sequencing.
Right. So Kodama's Reach and Cultivate are, even though they're not feeding into the body game plan, we don't always need to play Skyfisher Spider on turn 4. That's not like super important. These are saying, not only are we moving you ahead on mana this turn, but you're going to also have your land drop next turn. So when you play this on turn 3, you go straight up to 5 mana on turn 4, which is great because it's going to allow us to maybe put out some more pieces, hold up removal, maybe ramp some more. So I think these kind of do fit with what we're doing just by proxy of being like good ramp spells at 3. The other one is Grow from the Ashes. I love this card. When we think about how Grow from the Ashes plays in this deck, Grow from the Ashes is a really powerful ramp spell because it puts them into play untapped. So 3 mana, you get 1 land, and it comes into play untapped. Which in this deck might be like, maybe turn 3 we go Grow from the Ashes, hold up Defile. Or maybe we go Kodama's Reach on turn 3, and then turn 4 we go Grow from the Ashes, and we go straight to 7 mana, right? Like, and 2 of it is untapped, which means we can hold up Victim of Night, Go for the Throat, all these Candy Grapple, that kind of stuff, right? So I think Grow from the Ashes just is a nice curve topper with our ramp, and it's modal. It can be done on 3 if we need to. I was looking at Greater Tanuki as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it's huge. Like, to your point, like they come in untapped, right? Majority of the ones that are at this cost. Now it's 2 more mana, it comes in untapped, but at the same time. So in a desperate pinch, you can just run it as a Kodama's Reach. But if need be, right? Like you can just play this, get 2 more lands, really just jettisoning yourself, into the mid to late game. Holding stuff up, in that control aspect where he's got 2 mana.
Right.
So I definitely like this card a lot, and adding it to one I haven't seen quite a bit.
Harrow is another one that fits into that play pattern. Turn 3, if we go Harrow and we have 2 untapped lands, not only can we hold up that mana for removal if we needed to, although early game like that, a lot of times there's not a super ton of decks that are going super turbo where like turn 4 is like crucial. There are decks that can do that, so Harrow would be helpful there. But Harrow can also just maybe give us the 2 mana to play like, maybe the Viridian Emissary or, just another creature or something like that. So I think Harrow is good here too. And I think we're going to be looking at like well over 10 ramp spells. We're probably already in the territory. we have 15 of them. I mean, that's probably too many. So we'll probably have to dial that back and figure out which ones are really crucial here. But that one seems really good. I was thinking about Greater Tanuki as well. This is a card that I'm a pretty big fan of. It cycles to channels to put a basic land card from your library into play tapped, and it's a 6 mana 6/5 trample. So this is kind of like a little bit like Troll of Khazad-dûm, where it's like it does something, right? It's fixing your mana early on. It's ramping us in this case, and then later we can use something like Tortured Existence to bring it back, or Reaping the Graves to bring it back, and then we can just cast it as a threat that's going to help us close out the game. So I kind of like having that one in there as well as an option. So that's most of the ramp there. We've gone through that. Let's look at some of the fodder. I feel like we talked about the sacrifice, the ramp, which had some of that sacrifice. We had some of the draw, which had some of the sacrifice. So we have cards like Clay Revenant, Sanitarium Skeleton. Haunt of the Dead Marshes doesn't work here because we don't have a legend to bring it back. But we also have Persistent Specimen, which are all cards that we can basically play out early, sacrifice them to whatever. And because we have a lot of sacrifices effects, they're allowing us to reuse them over and over again. So these ones do seem good. Especially the Persistent Specimen. That's the one that one, it's coming back into play right away. So it's like 1 mana cheaper to do. and it's instant speed, so that's quite nice. So those ones seem solid. Okay, other food that we have here.
Yeah.
We have other ones that seem really premium. Scrapwork Rager. What do you think about this one here? Is this this card? I used to play a lot of it. I don't play as much of it anymore because it is kind of expensive. It's like a worse Phyrexian Rager, but you can do it twice. So it's, you know, and it's twice the bodies, twice the cards, right? So we can unearth this. We don't need to attack with it necessarily, but we could. If it did, it had haste, and the haste is good for getting the initiative and the monarch back when a board is clear. And then second main, we can sack it to the spider, right?
Yep.
So I guess the question is like how often, I guess with a grave flicker on the spider, we might be able to like, it just seems mana intensive. That's my only concern, right?
Yeah, and right, because it's almost like saying, 8 mana draw 2 in the instance, because we still have to
With two
either Grave
bodies,
Flicker, yeah, or we would, like I said, and we have to, I guess 3 in general, because we would have to cast Skyfisher Spider as well. So I guess 12 mana, draw 2, lose 2,
Yeah.
and then kill.
Yep.
Kill 1 creature. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's a rate.
I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, it's just a little too spendy, right? Like,
Yeah, it's
something like First Sphere Garganta is another option, although this one we don't have a ton of discard effects in the deck. And so like First Sphere Garganta really slaps when it's like a 3 mana 5 power haster that draws you a card and then gives you a body that you can use. This card is really good there. But when it's just like a 6 mana 5/4 that's black, that doesn't die to very much, and we don't really want to sacrifice it. We really want the body to do stuff with, like attack and block, right? So this one, I don't think this one makes the cut either. We can let's just remove this one, and let's I put the Scrapwork Rager here, but I think we're just going to remove this one for now. And actually going back through here, I think now that I've talked myself out of it, Spark Reaper, Gibbering Barricade, I think our card draw is just going to be better than all this stuff. Like Skull Tap is not instant speed, so maybe that, maybe that's a reason not to play it. Yeah, okay.
So on card draw, I guess we'll go a little back. Let's take a step backwards here. Just your thoughts on Explore. 2 mana, play an additional land, and it replaces itself. In terms of a just like I said, as almost like a modal card, right? Can take up a card draw slot and a ramp slot. Like I said, that's how I look at a card like Explore. But again, it doesn't give us a body.
It doesn't give us a body. It does ramp us. So it's kind of like it's operating on turn 2. So what is it taking us into? It's going turn 2 to turn 4. So it allows us to do turn 4 things on turn 3. But we are not going to have a lot of 1-drops in this deck. So if we do that, what are we actually getting from that ramp? Whereas like because we're a control deck, there's an element of like, would we rather just have 2 lands for 1 more mana? Something like that. I've found that Explorer has been remarkably inconsistent with like actually having a land in hand. It asks you to have a lot of lands in hand, right? Sure. So Explorer in like a deck that had 37 or 38 lands is very consistent. And then it's very good because it's like rampant growth that drew you a card, right? But when it's not, feels bad. That's my only thought there with that one. So my intuition says pass, but I could totally be wrong on that.
Like I said, if we were running a landfall theme, like if we leaned into that, like the health gain part of it, right, where we have the creatures, and get 2 instances of life gain triggers, but that's maybe a conversation for a different deck. But it was that's usually one that's
definitely
usually
for Dina,
in my pile.
for sure.
Yes, for Dina for sure. But that's usually one of the first ones, that and Harrow, or like usually the first 2 green spells that I kind of throw right into the pile in any deck that runs green.
Got it. Okay. One of the things I was thinking about doing here is just going through and adding all the things that we almost will always play in the deck. So let's get in Vicious Battle Rager. The initiative is going to be very good in this deck. We have a lot of ways to defend it, not only through our command zone, but with the prolific number of creatures we have, the ability to send people elsewhere with the goad, to drain them, flipping off the Throne of the Dead 3 is going to be very consistent, because even now, with only 36 cards in the deck, over half of them are creatures. And it's going to be a deck that has like 35 to 40 creatures in it, quite likely. So I think Throne is going to be very good. It's just a good card for control. So I've added the Vicious Battle Rager and the Avenging Hunter and the Underdark Explorer. These are all just like really good creatures too. They're powerful control finishers if you can hold on to them. Gary is going to be in the deck. There's also the Monarch, and in green-black, the Monarch is really good. Entourage of Trest is a great card on its own. A 5-mana 4/4 that can block 2 creatures, becomes the Monarch. This is like one of the things that I sometimes struggle with Monarch, is that the Monarch, a lot of the Monarch cards, except for the red ones, tend to be cards that actually really support you in holding the Monarch. So it's not just like I get the Monarch, but it's like, now I have a Death Toucher, right? Or now I have a 4/4 that can block 2 creatures. It's actively supporting us maintaining it, so it feeds itself, much in the same way that Initiative does. Now, if you're in red, you might play something like Crimson Fleet Commodore, because it's a source of card draw that you just need in the deck. But red isn't doing a ton of blocking, and a 5/2 doesn't block as well as like a 1/3 Death Touch does, or a 4/4 that blocks 2 things. So I do like these cards in the deck. They seem good. There's also Staunch Throne Guard, which, having Vigilance, is also great for holding the Monarch in the Initiative, being able to attack into somebody who doesn't have a blocker and then hold up your blocker. Seems good.
Yeah,
we also have Krosan
that 5
Tusker.
body.
This one's good. I was actually kind of looking at Krosan Tusker alongside the card Fierce Empath. Fierce Empath is a 3-mana 1/1 that allows you to tutor for a card with mana cost 6 or greater, and then put it into your hand. So this card actually has gotten a lot better now, because it means Troll of Khazad-dûm, Gloomfang Mauler, Generous Ent. It means Greater Tanuki, and it means the Krosan Tusker, which means that we can play this on turn 3. And in like the Nightmare scenario where we like missed our land drops, we can just go get that land drop with our Krosan Tusker, right? Or with our Greater Tanuki. And then late game, we just go and find an Annoyed Altasaur, right? Like something really big that can help us end the game. So I think Fierce Empath goes in there, because Fierce Empath is basically, it's a ramp spell and a land, right? It can find ramp, it can find lands, it can find threats. So it's a tutor for big stuff that we like. So those are some of the cards there in the threats section here. I think also like Chain Devil is just like pretty staple black. Fleshbag Marauder, these edict effects are kind of weird right now, I'm not going to lie. We talked about this pre-stream about why these cards are a little strange right now. Edicts, when they are good, tend to be very good. You know, like back when I first started playing cPDH, edicts almost always read like destroy 2 of your opponent's combo creatures minimum. And then I can reuse it. I can bring it back and do it again. So like the times where with a faceless with a Fleshbag Marauder, where it would get like 4 or 5 creatures in the course of a game by using it twice, is insane value. That is so much card advantage, or like resource disparity on a card. However, the meta has evolved a lot. When I was playing it, they were really good because everybody was playing combo. So I was just like eating everybody's combo creatures every time I played them, and people would have to use their counter spells on them, which was great. It's like, I'm just going to get this card back again. It's like, doesn't matter. And nowadays, the boards are flooded. There's a lot of creatures, a lot of blockers, a lot of attackers, a lot of creatures that are happy to die. And the decks that you would want to prey on don't really get preyed on it by anymore, like Abdel. You know, Abdel doesn't care if it sacks a token. If you play Chain Devil, it just means that they can cast it again, right? If you're hitting a TPI player, maybe you hit a token, or if you have Chain Devil, you hit TPI, and it's like, not that good. Gretchen, another one. Gretchen is happy to sacrifice Gretchen. That's why it's one of the reasons the deck is good, is that it mitigates against edicts. They just play out Gretchen on turn 2, play their untapper on turn 3. They're protect against edicts, right? They don't need to have their commander in play to win the game. So it's just the outlet and a value engine. So the edicts have gotten worse, but there are games where you play where somebody is playing something very hard to kill, and these edicts still do the Lord's work. and you're going to
Yeah.
be happy you had them. And the fact that you can reuse them can hold certain decks deep underwater until the bubbles stop. Like they're important. So I'm kind of on the like play 2 or 3 of them, maybe 2 in a lot of cases. Um,
Yeah, and I think we don't have to sacrifice themselves to themselves, right? Like
yeah,
if we have
we can
gray
upgrade.
flickers, yeah, right. So if we're running gray flickers, right, we have Fleshbag in hand and Skyfisher on the battlefield, right? Like we play Fleshbag, sacrifice the Skyfisher, get the trigger from the edict, and
Yep.
then basically bring Skyfisher back. You know, it's a 1 for 4 at that point, and I think anyone's willing to make that trade.
Yeah.
So maybe in this particular deck, it's a little bit better because
Yep.
we basically have any removal on a stick in the command zone.
Right. And we have a lot of food. We have a lot of creatures that want to die where these can turn it on. Like early on, if somebody was playing like a Malcolm Kedis where they're really like running out into the battlefield quick, or Malcolm, like turn 3 Malcolm, say we're on the play, and Malcolm plays out Malcolm on turn 3, as they always want to do. They always want to get Malcolm out as soon as possible. And then Malcolm feeds Malcolm, right? Malcolm says like, I attack, I get token treasures, and that allows me to recast Malcolm. So then if we go turn 3, we say we play like a, what the Primal Druid or the Yavimaya Elder, and then turn 4 we untap and we go, Chain Devil, Fleshbag Marauder, something like that. Not only are we ramping ourselves, but we're getting that edict when we really want it. So we're progressing our game plan and we're dealing with something that we're happy to see gone. So I think the edicts are good here for that reason. And that does sort of inform the next question, which is about Rot-Tide Garganta. And, if these edict creatures are best, at handling things early, because they're going to tag commanders more often than not. And Rot-Tide Garganta is not early. It's 5 mana. And so the reason I like Rot-Tide Garganta is because Exploit is an option. We don't have to sack anything, which means that we can just play a 5 mana 5/4 black creature, which is really good for closing out games, right? This is a card that we can just, having built-in win conditions into our deck, like Greater Tanuki, where you top deck it in the late game and you're like 6/5, here we go. Or Troll of Khazad-dûm, boom, 6/5 Menace, or Generosent, 5/7 Reach. You just like have these big creatures that do things early on. That's good. This one's a little bit less so because it's more like if we top deck it and we don't want the edict, it doesn't need to be. It can be a threat. But if we want the edict, it's not cheap, right? Whereas the Chain Devil, the Fleshbag Marauder, they're going to come out at a time that's more synergistic with our game plan. And we can always just like raw dog them onto the field with nothing that we want to sack for value to just get the Malcolm or get the Kedis or get the Dargo or whatever it is. So I think 3 of these, right? Fleshbag, Demon's Disciple, and Chain Devil are going to be the 3 that we want. Let's just make sure we've got Pestilence, Crypt Rats. These are like staple. We're just going to play these cards. Evankar's Justice is a really good card. It's very mana intensive, but the modality of it is nice because Evankar's Justice is a game ender. This is a card that I've won a lot of games with, either by making it unplayable for, maybe we play a game where there's like some random deck, there's Gut, and then there's us, and then a combo deck. If you have Evankar's Justice, this is going to prevent the Gut player from ever doing anything ever again, which is a really good closer while dealing damage to them. So this is just a 4 mana, 2 damage to everything, good against TPI, good against Abdel, good against Gut. We don't care about the life loss because we're going to have ways to gain life. So I think Justice is pretty good. We could choose to play Arms of Hadar or Drown in Sorrow. Maybe we want both Evankar's Justice and Drown in Sorrow. If we go turn 2 Primal Druid into turn 3 Drown in Sorrow on a TPI player when they're like trying to get started, that does brutalize them pretty bad while progressing our game state. So I think maybe those 4 and then those 3 edicts. So we have Drown in Sorrow, which let's organize this under sweepers. And then we'll put Demon's Disciple here under edicts, like that. And then we have our, these 4 here. I think we can do 4 and that's fine. Let's do Drain and Gain for Gary, just so we can know how many life gain effects we have. Okay, so Edict, threat. Okay, cool, sweet. We're going to take these out of threats as well because they only kind of are sometimes. I think I allocate threats here because we have food and then we have threats. And when you have a zone in your deck building thing that says just creatures, it doesn't really help people understand what those creatures are there for. Like these are the things that we might attack with, whereas like these right here are things that we're not going to attack with. They're literally just there to die. So that's one thing that I'll be doing here. So we're at 51 cards. We don't have any removal and we have some card draw and we have a lot of ramp. What else do we have? Okay, into draw here, we have Bequeathal. What do you think about this one? 1 mana, aura. If the creature dies, draw 2 cards. Like if we cast this on something really stupid and small, does anybody actually kill it in response? I don't think so. Right?
No.
This is just a 1 mana draw 2?
They'd be doing us a favor. I mean, if we don't have a sacrifice outlet on the board, it's like thank you for letting me draw
defile your Eldrazi spawn, and it's like on the stack. If we go like Bequeathal on an Eldrazi spawn and they're like defile or like victim of night, I'm going to ask them whether they're trying to throw the game or not.
Like you're giving me one of your removal pieces, throwing it out, and then you're giving me 2 cards. Like,
well, in this case, this would be to deny us the 2 cards because with the aura on the stack, they could kill the creature to deny us 2. Right? That would be the idea that they could interrupt that draw. But the question would be like, is that like,
is that the play?
Is that the play?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe in the late game, if it's a 1v1 and you're just trying to keep the person off cards, maybe. So there's a potential for that. But like, yeah. So that one seems good. We have other cards like Novice Occultist and Guildsworn Prowler, which are 2 mana. They draw a card when they die. We could also play the cards that draw a card when they enter the battlefield. So these would be like cheap curve fillers that we could run out there that fuel our things like Village Rites, Deadly Dispute, Reckoner's Bargain, Altar's Reap, that kind of stuff, while also being just like bodies. So that would be Elvish Visionary, Dusk Legion Zealot. We have a Feral Prowler here, Guildsworn Prowler, Novice Occultist. They're not very high impact. Some of these don't draw cards unless they die. And I don't know. I mean, the Guildsworn Prowler is nice because it does have Death Touch. That's pretty darn cool. So I think we probably play that one. Elvish Visionary could be Dusk Legion Zealot. We'll just add these in there and see where it gets us. Novice Occultist, same card but worse. There's also Filigree Familiar, which actually gains us a life and draws a card when it dies, but it's 1 more mana. Spore Crawler, bit of a better body, but same thing. Probably want to play Siphon Mind. Siphon Mind is good. Owlbear is a great card, but it's more of like a threat that draws a card than... So this is kind of like a second copy of... Like a second copy of Entourage of Trest, right?
Yep.
Like just another 4/4. We could play that. That one might come out though. We just have to see. Let's get some other ones in here that are staple. Troll of Khazad-dûm, Generosent. Oh man, you know what? Dread Return was printed after this. This is an amazing Dread Return deck. Holy crap. Let's
it
get
was on my
Dread
short list of cards to talk about. But yeah, that's
Great.
3 creatures.
Yep, and for those of you who don't know, Dread Return is a pretty busted spell that just got downshifted to common. You're probably familiar with it, but you may not know that it was common. Now it's common. This card unlocks some really cool stuff. So like one of my favorite sort of like plays with Dread Return these days is like is to run out a big creature like a troll that we cycled into the graveyard on turn 1 and play it on turn 3 off of a 2 mana ramp. Because like mid-range and control decks having the ability to actually put on the gas really, really early like that is amazing. Like this is kind of the thing that will do that. And, you know, having 3 bodies, we're just going to have random shit in play. This is going to be able to bring back a Gary. You know, there's some disgusting lines I could see where you go like, Gary's in the graveyard. You like sack some stuff to return Gary to play. At ETBs, maybe you have like a Grave Flicker and a sack effect and you can do it again. That's like just ends the game. So I feel like this is like very much where we want to be. This is going to go under Reanimation and Recursion.
And then a new one printed, probably since the last time you built this, was Rowan's Grimm's Search. For card
that
draw.
card is insane.
Yeah, so
Dude.
puts 2 cards in our graveyard, puts 2 cards into our hand, and allows us to sacrifices to some of that
Dude,
fodder. So
you want to know a crazy thing about this, and I'll give credit to North Dakota, who I bunked with
mhm.
in Vegas with Ruffigan and Scarecrow, is that we were talking about Rowan's Grim Search, and North Dakota was like, you can also just take the 4 cards and put them into your graveyard and draw the next 2. And I was like, holy shit, this is dig through time.
Yep.
Like very not ironically, this is just like better than fact or fiction. I mean, it's a very strong spell. Instant speed. You can sack weird things to it as well, like enchantments, which is like I don't know how often that's going to happen, but and artifacts is pretty broad. The only problem is you can't sack creatures. That's one of the things I feel sad about. Like the bargain is not creatures; it's just artifacts, tokens, which can be creatures, and artifacts.
Yes.
So or enchantments. So, but still, we play this card, right? Like this is very
Yeah,
good.
this is Grave Fill, right? That's almost the same thing as card draw. I
Oh,
think in a Grave Flicker type deck.
yep, absolutely. We've got Nasty End as well, which we don't have any legendary, creatures to synergize with this. So it's going to be a question of
Mhm.
like how many, like, if we're mainly interested in like the best sack effects, it's Deadly Dispute, Reckoner's Bargain, Village Rites, Costly Plunder, Witch's Cauldron, and Rowan's Grim Search. So there's like 6 of them. And if we don't want to go too much deeper into that, then the Nasty End is just it's just Altar's Reap. It's the same card because we don't have any legends. So this one would be like on the chopping block in that case. To
Yeah, I mean,
kind of keep in mind.
if you're running a deck, or if we have some pieces that maybe allow us to tempt, right? If we're running ring temps, the first
Could be.
the first instance makes it a legendary, but it's a one-time deal. So you kind of have to have Nasty End in hand and hope for the best. You maybe
Yeah.
tempt.
Kind of a weird
Um,
A plus B kind of a thing that like isn't it's not
or
very reliable, right?
Yeah, or unless if your commander is legendary. Like I guess in most regular EDH, that may be the instance, or you can run more legendary creatures. But um,
In this
yeah,
case,
maybe not this deck. Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. Okay, other cards we have are Grave Flickers, which I think let's these are going to be these kind of go under protection a little bit, but that's not really what they're doing in this deck. They're like they're just Grave Flickers. We're not going to have protection in this deck. That's not what we do. So because it's like our stuff isn't so important that we need to protect it. It's like this is a very classic deck where it's like we just we just draw lots of cards, we play them out. If they die, then we play more cards, right? And we move on. We don't necessarily need to do anything special there. Let's see. Really quick here, just looking at something. Sorry, I just got distracted. Just got a message here. Just wanted to quickly get this here. Okay, sweet. There we go. Sweet. Okay, cool. Got that all worked out. Okay, so we've got the Grave Flickers. These Grave Flickers are going to be something I'm going to be looking at to see whether they're worth it. The idea of Grave Flickering a ramp creature and then sacking it sounds really sick. Like if you could, like Spring Bloom Druid comes in and you Grave Flicker with an Undying Malice, and then you sack it with a Village Rites to like draw to not only draw cards but like ramp like super hard. That seems really good, right? Like we can use these super early. They're not like super restrictive, right? So maybe we do want like supernatural stamina because
Mm-hmm.
and these have a lot of really cool text on them. Like it allows you to do cool stuff with Faceless Butcher as well, which is like one of my favorite like black cards right now. I want to put it in every single deck. You shouldn't put it in every single deck, but it does go in a lot of black decks. And this is 4 mana, 2/3 ETB, exile another creature. When it leaves the battlefield as a second trigger, you can return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control. However, what a lot of people forget is that if you target somebody's commander, they have to be an absolute psychopath to put their commander underneath this thing. Unless they're sitting on like 4 removal spells, or it's like a 1v1 or something. This just reads 4 mana, kill somebody's commander, I get a 3/2, which is really good. Like Ravenous Chupacabra is a hard effect for us to get.
Yeah.
And what we can do with this is we can also later on, if it's just sitting in play and it ate a commander, that means there's nothing underneath it. We can Grave Flicker it with the Village Rites effects or with our commander to do it again, which is a repeatable source of removal, and I value that very highly. It's also 4 mana, so we can do Mirror House Guard, tutor for it. We have a 4 mana removal spell on a body, and I think even more so off the initiative, having creatures that act as removal that come off the Throne of the Dead 3 is really premium. So, so that's very good there.
Yeah. What do you think about Not Dead After All? Right, 1 mana. That's a new
Yep.
one printed from Throne of Eldraine. Right, and I think the aura. If this creature
Yep.
dies, right, if it's one that we want to sacrifice again anyhow on an ETB, right, like we just drain
This
the
is
table
amazing.
for 1. Yeah.
This is like the best Grave Flicker that we've ever gotten, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a 1 mana. Yeah.
It's very strong. I think we definitely want this, and we can kind of treat these. Look at all. When I pull stuff over here, I've got too many tags to actually reach up to the top. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah. You can mouse wheel up. I've noticed.
Yeah.
That. And,
this is a product of when I had a less clear understanding of exactly how I wanted to tag things, and this deck does, like aristocrat decks tend to have a few more tags. So we got Buddha Dragon. Skyfisher again. This seemed like a nasty card to build around. Glad I'm able to catch this live stream tonight. Yeah, Buddha Dragon, I'm really glad that you made it. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you're having a great day. And yeah, we are revisiting the deck because we've gotten a lot better cards, and I've become a better deck builder, and I've got a co-host this time, so that leads to better decks. And so I'd revisit it. But really, like, the other thing too was that I really was kind of thinking about this card and the fact that, like, a lot of the combos right now involve like non-land permanents that aren't creatures. Which this allows us to tag any of them. It's removal that's repeatable on a body that kind of wants to die and be reused, and our opponents don't like to make it die, because if they do, we like gain potentially a lot of life, or we Grave Flicker it and we blow up another thing. So this card is like gaining life in a meta where life gain is super relevant, and it's blowing things up. And it's not so scary in the repeatability of it that it's going to get like hosed like a Mayhem Devil, where like with Mayhem Devil, you have to be finger on the trigger with like a lot of tokens in play and the mana to use them, to sacrifice them if you're going to resolve it. And your purpose of resolving the Mayhem Devil is to oppress the table completely and turn the table. You're looking to turn the corner, right? And it asks, because it's so oppressive, it's so much removal. Whereas Skyfisher Spider, it's just 1. Right. So I don't think this is the kind of thing that gets us a lot of hate. So I think it's really well positioned. Life gain, removal. It's in Golgari. It reuses things over and over. It's going to ramp like nuts, draw tons of cards. Oh, in Golgari, we get another Grave Flicker.
I was going to mention, you mentioned life gain. One of my favorites is Infuse with Vitality.
Infuse. I couldn't remember it. Hell yeah, Dax. Yeah. Thank you, my friend.
Infuse with Vitality. Yep.
This is an easy to forget card, isn't it? Because it's in Golgari. So like you're not like often. Yeah, but this is like gaining life. It returns it to the battlefield. The only question is like, so this is a cool card. It is gaining us life, and if we really, really wanted to go deep on this effect, we could. However, I don't know if we actually want to be in the realm of playing like 10 of these. And the reality with Infuse with Vitality, even though I was kind of excited about it initially, is that there are other 2 mana Grave Flickers that actually return it to play untapped. And they don't have a double pip, like just black, like Demon's Gift, right? Yep. So there's a part of me that thinks that the question is like, is the green attached to this for the 2 life gain worth it? And maybe in certain decks, but I don't know if it is here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if we're not playing a good amount of life gain payoffs, right? The gain and drain type aspects, no, like where we can. Heaven forbid, right? We're using Skyfisher Spider to block, say, Malcolm, because he has reach.
Oh man, the fact that he just blocks Malcolm, that's like another thing too. Like he just blocks Malcolm forever. I love that. I love this about this is that makes me very happy.
Yeah, like reach is like one of those ones that I think most people glaze over when they see it, but then like once you have it, it's just like, oh sweet, right? Like it's just it's one of those things where like maybe if we're doing the other half, right? I think the way that we're building it now, I think the incremental life gain, if it does go back to the command zone, is great, right? It keeps us in the game a
Yep.
little bit longer. But yeah, if we're leaning into that pain and drain, or gain and
Then it
drain,
would
I'm
be
sorry.
better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pain and drain also works too. It is pain drain. It is hurting, hurting our
Yeah.
opponents in that case. So, yeah, cool. Okay, so let's go here and let's tag these as lands. These are also draw. As you can see here, we have like kind of a disgusting amount of draw here, which is probably too much, but who knows? I mean, they're
No such things have probably ever been. No one's upset if they have too much card draw.
no, yeah, exactly. Like too much card draw is a good problem to have, and this is kind of again like when we're playing decks that have so many good options in them that like, oh my god, Troll and Generous Ent didn't exist when I made this deck. They're so and Gloomfang Mauler. None of the good cycling creatures existed when I was building this deck before, and it makes this deck so much better to just have these threats here. Even Generous Ent is like making a food token that we can like sack to Reckoner's Bargain and to like Costly Plunder, Deadly Dispute. Yeah, straight gas, like super, super cool. Cirith Ungol Patrol actually can be a threat, right? Because it is a 4/5. It's quite chunky. It's like modal. It's like, here's your attacker. If you need cards, then you can also do that. But if you're flush with cards and you don't need to, you just don't need to. So Cirith Ungol Patrol there. This is going to go under removal for that. Yavimaya Elder. This one here is not really ramp, right? But do we put it under ramp? Because it's just giving it into our hands. It's like, it is card draw. And it maybe it just is ramp. I don't know. It's not technically ramp, but we'll just have to, yeah. We don't have any removal spells, and we're at 65 cards in the main deck, which means we're going to have to make a lot of tough cuts. Let's look back through here and see if there's anything really crazy that we're missing out on. Something like, let's just start moving these into the main deck. Snuff Out. Defile is going to be very good because we're going to tutor. A lot of times in green-black decks, your green is there to find swamps. Because black is like, the green is the supporting color in this case, and black is like the prime color. And you can see that in here. It's actually, it's not entirely true. Green is our food. Black is our like game-winning stuff. So black, yeah. So we'll want to have like Go for the Throat in there. We're going to want to have Victim of Night. That's just one of the better, kill spells. Like back then I had Murder and Eye Blight's ending. This tells you exactly like when this deck was built, right? Because for a time there, when you played Control, you needed to play 3-mana black kill spells like Murder. And that's not where we're at anymore, right? Which says a lot about the viability of this deck. Buddha Dragon, what's up, dude? It says, have a good night. Hope you all are well. A deck should be named Trapdoor or Shadow Web. Elder is more draw to me than ramp in a build like this to me. How about Snuff Out finally reprint? Very excited about that. Yeah, Snuff Out just got its own reprint. Very excited. And you know what? I think this is on Twitter, they ask you about the unpopular opinion that'll get you like slayed at, like burned at the stake. This art is growing on me. Okay. I love this art. It's kind of heinous. It's kind of bad, but like, thematically, when I snuff out somebody's combo creature and I'm holding no mana up and their game is over, I want them to see that face. That right? Like, am I crazy, or is this just like man? Like,
No.
Ironically, the unfortunate consequence.
That's the face that they make, right? When you're like, oh, Snuff Out.
This is your face when I snuff things out. Is a smiling face with dead eyes.
Yeah.
It's thematically too good. Unfortunately, you know what this card did is it has not changed the price of the other Snuff Outs yet. It hasn't come out yet, so that'll change things. But I wonder if this only increases the cost of the Snuff Outs that people like the most, which are these ones. They're very, very cool. I love this art. This is my favorite Snuff Out art. But I wonder if it doesn't actually have the effect of reducing the price of Snuff Out very much. Maybe it's only this printing that'll be that way. And I know a lot of people feel super nostalgic about the old Snuff Out art with like squee on it. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to be playing this all over the place. I'm probably going to get like whatever foil they come out with, So yeah, those ones definitely. Overwhelming Remorse is an interesting card in this deck. This is a card that I overhyped the shit out of when it came out, and the problem with it is that a lot of times it is, I don't know. It depends on how many cards are in our graveyard a lot. If it's 3 mana, exile a creature at instant speed, that's like Ob Nixilis' Cruelty. Okay, this is like kind of the same thing. This is a card that I've played a lot of in my decks. I have a lot of foil copies in my collection because I was playing a lot of Black Control. Kind of like we have better stuff now than this. Like Final Parting, Final Flourish and Candy Grapple are just so much more efficient, and they also kill really big things. They, -5/-5, and -6/-6. But Overwhelming Remorse, if it is like 2 mana, this is very good. Do you think we have enough creatures? We have 36 right now. Do enough of them go into the graveyard that Overwhelming Remorse is better than 3 mana? Because it kind of feels like even in this deck, the answer might not be yes. Because every time I've cast the spell, it's a bit of recency bias, but every time I've cast this, it's been 4 and 5 mana. I've never cast it for less than 3, which makes me feel like it's not a good card. Is that recency bias, or is that...
Yeah, let's see here. Came across one.
So reduced cost for every creature in your graveyard. And it exiles. That's the other thing. So
right.
Probably better than Murder in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's unplayable. Sometimes it's 5 mana. Sometimes it's 1, right? If it's 1 mana, it's busted.
What about Eaten Alive?
Oh, the sorcery speed, Lash of the Balrog effect.
Yes.
These ones are, I don't find myself playing them almost ever because they're sorcery speed. Why does WotC have to do this to us? Sorcery speed is playable. Sorcery speed removal is playable. But for me, the sorcery speed removal slots are taken up by cards like Parasitic Impetus, or Edict Creatures, Oubliette, Faceless Butcher, and these really premium removal spells. Like Faceless Butcher I see as premium because it's reusable, it's also a body, it's flippable off Throne of the Dead 3, it's reanimatable, it just does so much, right? We can sacrifice it to things, and it's a great card. And so then the question is those cards cost us a creature, they're sorcery speed, but they do just to say destroy anything. They're really unconditional. But man, I just wish they'd be flash. For those cards to ever see any play, I think they need to be flash or instant. They need to be, and I don't know why they can't be. That's the thing I get frustrated with. I feel like the fact that you have to sack a creature is already a big price with a big deck building requirement around it. I don't know why they don't throw in the bone of being like Eaten Alive, for example, should be 1 mana, sack a creature, instant speed, exile a creature or a planeswalker. That's playable. That's really good.
Yep.
But it's not broken. It costs you a creature. It's got to be, sometimes have the mode where you sack your creature that's dying anyways, and then it's, very good. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? But they'll reprint, Path to Exile, 1,000,001 times, and we're, like you said, we're stuck at something with 5 or 6 mana if we're lucky to cheat it out.
Yeah.
Final Death, and things of the sort.
Yeah, so I think my intuition on that is that while I haven't played them in cPDH, is that they're not good. I don't know. It's just that they're tough. They're really tough. When WotC power creeps into a 1 mana version of that, I'll be playing it. I'll be playing it in all of my black decks, in fact. Because there's other things about those sack effects that are really good too, being able to kill them to reset a commander that has an aura on it, or being able to kill them in response to an Oubliette or something like that. In fact, with Oubliette, that's a really cool one, because what you do is you look at the player who's casting the Oubliette, and you say, I have a Village Rites in hand, or I have a Lash of the Balrog in hand right now. When you resolve that spell, I will sack my creature to this effect. So how about you point it at someone else, and I promise I'll sack it. And then you do it. You stay clear to your word because it was going to die anyways. And you draw your 2 cards, and then their removal spell kills somebody else's thing too. So I really like that sort of dynamic where you can navigate the politics of the table that way. Where you say like, hey, I mean, you can point it at my thing, and it's going to be gone, right? It's not, you're not going to get your oubliette on it. And people, when they cast oubliette, they want it to go on something that denies the person their commander forever. That's the nut draw with, like, that's the stone cold nuts with oubliette, is you don't get your commander back. And so I think that's where those lash of those, I don't know what those cards would be called. They feel like a class of cards that need a name.
Yeah, and I mean, and then everything else that I'm finding here for Exile, right? It all seems to be powered down to 3 or less. Right?
Yeah,
if the creature has power 3 or less, which, you know, I guess maybe whatever nuisance creatures that we want to get, maybe we can take a peek at some other, you know,
Sure.
not now, but you know, how many creatures are power 3 or less that you know need to be gone that aren't a commander, because like, you know, they'll just go to the command zone. It's kind of a slowdown effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. So one other card I wanted to put you onto here to consider here as well is Spore Mound. This is a card that I think so it's a 5 mana, 3/3 landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you make a 1/1 Saproling token. This seems insane, right? Like our top decks become bodies, our Harrows become 2 bodies. So I think this has got to be like in the deck, and you know, just seems great. Now there's another thing too we could explore, which is there are Eldrazi that make bodies that make mana. And this is one of the hard parts of the deck too, is like, how many of these do we want? And there's a couple of really good ones. Kozilek's Predator is one. It's 4 mana for a 3/3 that leaves behind 2 0/1 colorless spawn tokens that can sack to make mana, or they're just bodies to be used, right? They're bodies to be used for all sorts of things. So Kozilek's Predator is 3 bodies on 1 card, which is like, oh my God, when we can get that rate, I get really excited because that's so efficient. That means like all of my other cards that I have in hand don't necessarily need to be sacrificed. I can do other things with them. So this one seems kind of good. It's a weird 4 mana ramp spell, but like it's also more than that. I think that one's good.
And it gives you 2 bodies, right? Like it essentially pays for itself, kind of.
It does.
You know what I mean? Like the way to look at it now, it's essentially 2, 3 mana.
Yep, and the body it leaves behind is a 3/3, which is actually good. So it's not like a 1/1 that makes 3 bodies. It's like a 3/3 that makes 3 bodies. I'm going to leave the stream to you for a moment. I have to go use the bathroom. So how about you talk about some cards with the chat
sure.
that you think are exciting that we haven't covered yet, and I'll be right back in like less than a minute. So
yeah, absolutely. So I guess the next, right, let me get a refresh here on the deck list to get it up to speed. Like 28 instances of draw. I like where we're going at that. Does seem like a lot, but like I said, we'll make some cuts. But we are at 73. You know, I guess the next thing is, you know, we can talk about some different recursion. The only thing we have on recursion right now is Dread Return, and you know, the multiple sacrifice outlets to bring something else to the battlefield. I think it fits in here. Let's get a good quick search here on right. So, you know, definitely if we want the ones with the bodies, like Cadaver Imp, I think could be one. Gravedigger is another one. Yeah, let's add those to the list here. It's my stream now. No, it's all good. Oops.
it is your stream.
No, it's not. But yeah, so talk a little bit about recursion here, and right, like there are some creatures.
I love this. It's so funny. Sometimes I do this with my co-host where I'm like, I have to go for a second. I have to go, pee, and I'm like, it's all yours. And then chat goes nuts. They're like, revolt. They're like, get him.
Time left. Everyone has the fool.
Sabotage the stream. I did lie though. I didn't just pee. I went and got myself some Ben and Jerry's fish food.
Oh, okay, perfect.
The shit's based, and also a gluten-free chocolate muffin. You just keep hitting us. What were the cards you were looking at?
So yeah, so definitely thinking if we need the bodies, but again, if we have too much food, right, we can make some other different swaps. But Cadaver Imp, right, enters
Okay.
the battlefield, lets us return something from the graveyard to our hand. Um,
Yep.
Definitely helps us. Those Corpse Churn, I'd like, right, like helps fill our graveyard. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Like if we want the initiative, going into the Undercity, hitting that 10, throwing everything in the
Yeah.
graveyard. I definitely like Corpse Churn a lot.
Yep. I think those cards might be underplayed. There's a whole bunch of them, but the
Mhm.
ability to, like, I was kind of thinking about this recently, like, our corpse churn effect better than like blood pact? Because like a blood pact, like or succumb to temptation, like these 3 mana instant speed draw twos, right? Because these grave purge, grave pact type things is actually what it's doing is it's saying we get 3 mana instant speed, we put something that we like on top and we draw it right away. So we get it back at
Mhm.
instant speed, but then we also stack our deck with like a bunch of action. Whereas like whereas a blood pact type card could draw us lands, or it could draw us non-creature spells too. But they're kind of interesting in that way, and I feel like they. I don't know. Recently, I saw somebody. I think it was Derek, who's actually live streaming right now with the with Lawbert. Um,
Mhm.
Played that and stacked his deck with like a lot of really good stuff, and it was like, oh my god, those are his next draws.
Mhm.
Like it's spooky. It's spooky for sure. So maybe it's time to experiment with those. So it's like O colon put O graveyard
Yep.
type instant, and I think we only want the instant ones.
Yep.
So we have Bone Harvest is one of them. Foot Bottom Feast is another one. The fact that they all draw a card too is interesting because you don't have to put any cards in the graveyard. You can just draw a card with this.
Mhm.
Huh. Grave Purge.
Yeah.
Oh,
Grave
Shadow
Grave
Prophecy we
Purge.
don't have in here. Oh,
Yeah, Grave Purge is one of my favorites, where like you can kind of just put everything back in, if need be, or like three or four, and then just right on top. It's
oh,
any.
yeah, yep. I just had a moment of sadness. I forgot that Shadow Prophecy is like only good in 3 or more color decks because Shadow Prophecy doesn't tell you to draw two; it tells you to put them into your hand. So if you look at the top X and it's X is two because you're playing 2 color, then you look
Hmm.
at the top two and you say, "Do you want any in the graveyard?" And you say no, and then you draw two. If you say yes, you don't draw as many cards. It doesn't draw you more cards. So this
Hmm.
is like the templating of this is like shit compared to Rowan's Grim Search, where Rowan's is like insane. If this card right here though were templated to say, look at the top two, surveil two, draw two, instant speed, this would be so staple. But unfortunately, it only really sees good play in a deck that has more than 2 colors, like I don't know, Sultai
Yeah,
Soothsayer kind of thing.
yeah.
So
Those type of cards I've come across, like just digging through some of my own collection here, where there's quite a bit of those cards that care about basic land, especially like Dominaria. I think it was remastered.
yep, domain.
That just makes me, yeah, that just kind of makes me want to play those land enchantments that make a specific land each of the basic land types.
Oh,
That if you're playing a lot of those cards, right? Like because it could just make one swamp tap for two
mm-hmm.
of any color that you're needing, but like that card will check and see that you have five, right? So at
Yeah,
least
the
gives you
night
five.
like Nylea's Presence is one of them. I think that's one of those. There's like 2 mana. A lot of them draw a card.
Yep.
They're like bad mana fixing that draws you a card, but it also makes it multiple land types. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's a lot of work to get that card. That's just like I just
That you
want a
may or may
generic
not
draw
draw.
spell.
Yeah.
Right?
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to draw cards. Like I just wish it were easier. Right? I did like the Cadaver Imp. This is a cool card because it's a creature that if we can hit off Throne of the Dead 3, and then if we do, it's a 4/4 flyer in black with 2 black pips for Gary. So actually, like with Gary, this is amazing. If Gary's in the graveyard for some reason, we flip Cadaver Imp off Throne of the Dead 3. We get Gary back. We have a 4/4 with 2 black pips. This is all at the beginning of our turn, So Cadaver Imp is good that way. It's also a body we can sack, and the evasion is nice. Evasion is real nice on this.
Hmm.
There are
Yeah.
other cards though that bring creatures back from the graveyard, and I think we would want them to be flying, right? Like
Yes.
we could also do the elf one. It's 4 mana, 3/3, so it's a better ground body, and 1 more mana. But that one also, when it dies, it exiles itself. So that's like, we can't like reuse it over and over again like we can with a Cadaver Imp.
That's true. Let's see.
Let's get some lands in here so that we know where we're at there. Let's do Bajuka Bog, Command Tower.
Mm-hmm. Witch's Cottage. Some more recursion.
Yeah, Witch's Cottage.
Yep.
Yep. I like Gingerbread Cabin in this deck too because I think we might end up being a crop rotation deck. Golgari is some of the best colors to have crop rotation in. Simic is the only other one that comes close. Colony Garden, amazing in this deck. Mortuary Mire is amazing. Haunted Mire for our duels. For our tutors, Opal Palace is nice if we've been reusing the Spider over and over again, and then we can make it big. We're probably going to have more, close to an even balance of swamps and forests, probably just a hair more swamps for our Witch's Cottage. We have Witherbloom Campus, which could scry us cards. That one's not very good, but it's like playable. Golgari Rot Farm is the second half of the Bajuka Bog crop rotation package, where you can end step crop rotation for Golgari Rot Farm, pick up Bajuka Bog in your main on your turn. You replay the Bajuka Bog to like get another trigger off of it. Same with there's a couple of other uses. Haunted Fengraf is another one that allows us to get back creatures. Let's get crop rotation in there. I think crop rotation is amazing in Golgari Control decks. That one's good. We don't have Read the Bones in the deck right now, but I think actually our card draw is so insane with the sack draw cards that we don't actually reach for the 3-mana draw unless it's like busted, right?
Yeah.
Like it's got to be, I don't know. It's got to be better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Radiant Fountain. I try and put that in every deck. Just enters, just gain 2 life, and then just taps for a colorless. Like me personally, like I try and put Radiant Fountain. I like that land, and I actually like the new the Moors, the Thriving Moor in this instance comes in tap, and you can choose a color, right? But it taps naturally for a black, and you can pick. So it's not a 2.
Oh, you're thinking of that's the ones that you choose a color, right?
Yeah, Thriving Moor.
So
is the name of this
what's
one,
the usefulness of choosing a color there if we were just in 2 colors?
Right, that's what I mean. I have it just pulled up here, where we can just run the other ones, like the jungles and the tunable one that comes in tapped.
Right. Yeah, Witch's Cottage here is going to go under Reanimation and Recursion. This is going to be under lands. Swamps under lands. Opal Palace under lands. I do like the Radiant Fountain. The question might be here, we're going to have a lot of tap lands. And so maybe Radiant Fountain is better than like a Jungle Hollow because it's 2 lands, 2 life, and it's untapped. I think that's probably better. Mortuary Mire also under Reanimation Recursion. I love Mortuary Mire so much. I love that card so much.
It's good. A very good card. And then I guess maybe in Radiant Fountain, from the tutors. The
new Cabaret Courtyard type stuff.
Yes.
Yep. Those ones could be good. I don't know if we have any like synergies with those things being in the graveyard is the thing. And actually fetchables can become a problem with those cards. Not often. That's not like the reason to not run them. But the reason to not run them is that we have so many cards that are like ramping cards into play that having a tap land feels kind of bad. If we have too many of them, right? So let's see, remove tag. Okay, good. And then we've got all the lands in here. That's 37. Okay, so this is where we get into some of the cuts. So Dross Pit and Hunter's Maze, are these starting to look kind of silly given how much draw we have? Or are these just like...
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our, like... I think most of our card draw, or at least a decent amount of it, is going to be on the creatures, right? So I don't think we need them on the lands.
No, I don't think we do either.
Let's see here.
And then Witherbloom Campus might not be necessary either, right? Like, I think that's actually it because I do want to have like I'm happy to have tap lands and I'm happy to have tap lands in any cPDH deck. You need to have them to fix your mana and to make it work properly. And I really do encourage you all to just like eat the fact that at common your mana is bad. Okay, and like what is worse than being slow is not being able to play your shit because you don't have your colors. That feels awful. So given that's the case, a card like the Witherbloom Cottage, it's like 4 mana, it's 5 mana to scry 1. It's not amazing, hey, we've got okay, let me see if I can remember this. It was Hallian the Protogen. Hello, Spooder Fran. Well, hello to you as well, Fran.
Hello.
I'm glad to see you here. And yeah, we are doing Spooder things, my friends. So very excited about that. Always love to be in these colors. And actually, I forgot to put the Tanuki there. You think the stream chat is broken? There it is. Yes, that's right.
It's on a delay. Yep, it's on a delay.
No, it's not. It's actually not. It's like for those of you who haven't worked with OBS before, if you have things that are behind other things on Windows, if they're minimized at all, or if they're covered up by something that is full screen and you don't have it in front, it won't update. It's really annoying. It's the same. We just figured out the solution though with the webcam, which is a problem I've had a lot in the past. You just have to make sure that it's minimized a little bit. Just take the corner and bring it in a teeny bit and then never full screen it, and you'll never have problems with the OBS like that. But anyways, that's not what you all are here to do. We're here to talk about Magic. So, and one of my messages got eaten. Let's see. Oh, it got eaten. Did the filter catch it or something? Were you saying nasty things, Halian? Okay, so we've got Harrow here in for ramp. This ramp and this draw section here are glutted. There's like too many. We have to have more removal. We have to have twice this amount of removal at bare minimum. So let's get our removal in here. We're gonna have. Let's also do Grasp of Darkness. I like that card a lot. I don't know if Feed the Swarm is useful.
Feed the Swarm. That's the modal one. The black
destroys enchantments, right? Yeah. But like we don't have that problem in this deck.
Right. Which I know at the beginning we talked about, Skyfisher Spider, we can tone down a bit on the removal. But
Yep.
Again, I guess it
like
how many
15.
times do we think, like how many times do we think we'd be able to
use the commander
flicker or and then I think we take that as the baseline and then we just go and then build from there. So if it's like 4 or 5.
So hold on, Halian. You're not allowed to hate yourself. I'm gonna remove that. I only want I only want people to give them self-love in here. Self-love, my friend. I love that you're here, and do not hate yourself, please. This is important. Are uncommon legendaries legal in PDH? Yes, they are, Halian. Absolutely. Or they are all common. All uncommon creatures are legal. You may play legendary ones or you may play non-legendary ones, which is one of the real beauties of the format, right? It means we have over 5,000 commander options, and that number grows very rapidly all the time. And a lot of times it's really unique stuff that you don't get in EDH or CEDH. Like even Witherbloom Apprentice is a great example of like, you cannot do that in CEDH or in EDH, right? Like Spellslinger, Golgari Control is like very unusual, right? Like it's a storm deck. So like you might have Witherbloom Apprentice and Chain of Smog in your deck, but that's like just a combo. But I'm saying like actually playing, like some sort of control. So yeah, thank you, Buddha Dragon. Yep. What else we got here? Let's go to remove. Okay, so we're under removal. Candy Grapple, right? Candy Grapple is a great removal spell. This thing, at the very floor. Oh my God, what is happening here? There we go. Candy Grapple at the very floor is -2/-2 to target creature, and you can bargain it by sacking an artifact, enchantment, or token to give -5/-5. 2 mana, instant speed, splashable. It's great. This thing kills almost every combo creature out there for 2, and then if you need to, you can bargain it to kill something bigger like a Dargo. So I really this is like staple black removal for me. Yep. All those are legal. The 5 common backgrounds are legal in your 99. A little bit confusing, but they're not legal in the command zone. You can only play uncommon backgrounds in the command zone. That's a bit of a contentious topic. Some people agree, some people don't. The truth is that if Abdel got to have Candlekeep Sage in the command zone, it would warp the format around that deck. Okay, we would get a lot of really cool decks. We would get Wilson Flaming Fists is a really cool one. You could do Flaming Fists with Rasad. There's like there's just a lot of things you could do with it that would be really cool. But the reality is that it might get Abdel or Candlekeep Sage banned because Abdel is already like very good, potentially borderline when people start really optimizing that deck to be like more resilient. But this is all my opinion. I don't have any like inside scoop on that. Like it's just an opinion of mine. But if Candlekeep Sage were in the command zone, it would do one of two things. Either the game would become like it was back when we had like back when Tatiova was really, really good. There was kind of this thing of like you need to kill Tatiova and then the game goes on. And that was like necessitated because the deck just recovered too well. It was so strong. And there wasn't any pressure on the ground. There weren't aggro decks. Mid-range decks were kind of rare. Control decks were kind of rare. It was all just combo, right? So like the game became kill Tatiova, right? And then play the normal game. And I think that if we had Candlekeep Sage in the command zone, it would become everybody like gang up and destroy Abdel, and then we have a normal game, which warps the meta a lot because then your like control and your mid-range decks are just like I don't know if you'd be able to win as an aggro deck at that point. That becomes really hard. Now that kind of is the dynamic with combo anyways, but it would become more so the case. Right. Now we have to remember to aggro like when they get turns to develop where people aren't killing them because they're doing an important job. That is one of the advantages they get. Like if the aggro player is going at a combo player, I don't counter their stuff. I don't sweep their board. I don't kill their things. They get to develop. And in the meantime, maybe they get to hold protection. Maybe they get to hold some cards in hand. They can sandbag some stuff. So anyways, not to diverge too much, but Buddha Dragon says this format is very simple. Any card that has a common printing in its lifetime is legal. Yep, perfect. Thank you, Buddha. Tatiova love. Yep, Simic love for sure. I don't love Tatiova, but I'm glad that there's people out there that do. Can use uncommon backgrounds and legendaries. Yep, thank you, Buddha. Much appreciated here. We're going to pin that comment, actually, just for anyone who's curious there. I'm going to pin that one up. Okay, so other removal.
Final Flourish was the only one that I had tagged here for myself.
Okay. Yep, this is a great one. Final Flourish is great. What are some other ones that we could play? Like Terror and Doomblade are very good. And I'll talk a little bit just briefly about why I like these cards. Both of them are splashable. Both of them are splashable removal spells. And the reality is that black creatures are not frequently the problem we have in control and mid-range. Black creatures tend to they're not combo creatures for one thing. Okay, they're just not combo creatures. There just really aren't a whole lot of them. Like maybe Putrid Goblin or something, but like I don't know. Like first day of class combos are like kind of iffy as it is, and they're not combo creatures, and they tend not to be massive. Right, it can bite you in the butt to not kill a black creature, but these generally are just good enough. They're just good enough. So as long as you aren't playing like 12 doesn't kill black creature effects, then I think you're fine. Tati is a powerhouse. Absolutely is. Yep, Tati is insane. And the funny thing is that people aren't even building Tatiova in a way that I think would like return it to prominence. When one of you figures out to play, I'm not going to be this person. I don't know. Maybe somebody will pull my leg and like do a dono deck stream or something like that where I like have to build Tatiova. But like genuinely what will bring Tatiova back into this meta is to stop playing these cards like Into the North and Farseek and to start playing cards like Wood Elves and Ondu Giant and Springbloom Druid, bodies that put lands into play. They can block, they can attack, they keep you alive. And Tatiova's problem isn't comboing. They have so many good... You have Shoreline Ranger, Tidal Terror, Expedition Map, Crop Rotation, Spoils of Victory. It's just like insane. You have so many ways to find Mystic Sanctuary. The problem is dying. It's a 5-mana commander that you need to get in play to gain the life so that you don't die. So you need bodies. And that's what people haven't done. Their brains are just too hyper-focused on, I've got to go fast, got to go fast, got to go fast. It's like, no, put fogs in your deck, put bodies in your deck, and then the bodies, they just become flicker, right? Your opponent like goes to kill your Tatiova, and you're like, okay, I'm going to take this ghostly flicker I have in hand that it doesn't have a good target anyways, and I'm just going to hit my two ramp creatures to draw like a zillion cards, right? Like, and gain a bunch of life. So that's kind of my attitude on that. And then Halian saying you'll have to find me a good elf ball deck. Halian, I have that deck for you if you would like. I will pull it up on stream here. You can also go to my compendium in the link below here, and I'm gonna show you rainbow elves. It's called Ancient Elvians, and because it's a Sphinx of the Guild Pact deck, so it's a 5-color elves deck. And I'll tell you what, when you get to play elves alongside all the busted draw spells, it's really good. You get to play it alongside Keep Watch, Distant Melody. You get cards like Rush of Knowledge to draw 7 cards off of the Sphinx in your command zone. Like having like a big mana sink when you're playing elves is great. So if you have nothing else, you just like tap all your elves and make mana, and you make a 5/5 flying that doesn't die. It's really strong. And then you get like Eyeblight Massacre for one-sided board wipes. You get Rolling Thunder for board wipes. You get great removal. You get cards like War Flare, which are a +2/+1 anthem at instant speed that untap your creatures. So you like go to attack with all your elves, you War Flare, they hit for a ton of damage, and then you have all your mana to do it again, like to do other things on your second main. And you get like Volatile Claws. Mono elves, if you're in black, is playable. Like Abomination of Llanowar is good, but really like you need the other colors to give you draw. I know Derek plays Heritage Druid. I'm not confident that Heritage Druid like has enough card advantage to maintain after a sweeper. It really concerns me. So I would encourage Ancient Elvians or with the Sphinx or Abomination of Llanowar and just play like green black elf good stuff. Okay, I found the Weaver Sisters, catching up on chat here. Buddha Dragon says, I found the Weaver Sisters to be just backbreaking. I've taken down real estates deck with it. Yeah, so, or real cEDH decks, yeah, or EDH decks, yeah. Weavers is explosive. Raw power level of that deck is insanely high. The problem is it just dies. The 40 life total that you get in EDH helps a lot. But in cPDH, it's just, the trouble is that you just die and all your stuff dies to removal, and it's hard to keep it in play, and people are like sweeping and edicting and attacking you, and it's just tough. So I would recommend Gretchen over Weavers unless you're going to really lean into playing a lot of fogs. Yeah, Elaine, dying is often the problem. Yes, indeed. And then Buddha says, Papa, Tatiova Turbo Fog list, let's go. Yeah, I already have a list built. That's the truth. I have a secret Tatiova deck that's sitting in my Mox field that I've not unleashed on the world yet. But it's just like Tatiova that doesn't die. It's like Tatiova that still combos, still draws a lot of cards, ramps like insane, you know, and doesn't die, which I like. I like not dying in cPDH. So, and then Helene, yeah, right. After asking that, remembered Ancient Elvians, but couldn't find it. Okay, yeah, there's your link. Good. Buddha says, I'm still tinkering with an Infect deck for this format as well. Yeah, if you want Infect, there is a very good commander for Infect, and then there's a whole lot of really bad ones, okay? So don't play the bad ones if you're playing cPDH. Just play the really, really good one, and that is Tainted Observer. Okay, Tainted Observer is like really gross. If somebody sits down with Tainted Observer, I have no idea what direction they've chosen, because you can play like Blighted Agent, you can play like Glistener Elf type stuff, or you can just like have the cards that proliferate and the spells that put Infect tokens on your opponents. And then every creature that comes into play allows you to proliferate again. So it puts a very consistent clock on your opponent. You get a lot of great ETBs. It just tells you to play creatures, which is good. Helps you keep alive. It's a big mana deck. Proliferating allows you to put counters on things too. So you can like put counters on your Blighted Agent so that it's like infecting people. It's very synergistic, okay? So Tainted Observer. Tainted Observer. It's a 3-mana 2/3 flying with, I don't know if it has Infect, but it says, maybe it does. Oh no, it's Toxic. Oh, Toxic 2.
Yes.
Yep. And then and then every time a creature enters the battlefield, pay 2 to proliferate, I think. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah, I have it pulled up
Yep,
here because I actually have a
dude.
Necrogen Rot Priest, which is the Golgari, of course, version, which
Yep,
basically puts it's basically all of your toxic creatures have
yep.
proliferate on it, right? So
And the
it itself
problem
is a
being
1/5.
right. And the problem with that one being primarily that you run out of like good creatures to play and you have to start playing like bad creatures and you're playing like toxic creatures and stuff like that. And whereas Tainted Observer literally just says play creatures, just play
Yep.
them. And it's like
Hmm.
very inevitable. I mean, your only problem in Tainted Observer is that people are going to get freaked the fuck out and they're going to kill you. Infect
Hmm.
makes people's brains scrambled. You know this, Dax. It makes
Oh,
people act
it
weird. So,
it does. Like
yep,
I was hated over the mill player. Everyone like in games last night, people were getting milled 6 cards at a pop. But even with Necrogen Rot Priest and running Infect, fast aggro Infect low to the ground, and then able to get the
yep,
toxic creatures out. And there's a lot, in Golgari, if they
yeah,
enter or leave the battlefield, you can proliferate. There's like, uh, they gave us a decent amount in All Will Be One of
yep, they
some
did.
proliferate in the
And
black
there's
and
some
green
good
colors.
ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and there's a lot of good ones in green too. I think Tainted Observer is definitely like where you want to be. The black does give you good
Hmm.
control colors. The question is, are you trying to be control or are you trying to hit people? And it seems to me that Necrogen Rot Priest wants to hit people, so it's
Yep.
maybe mid-rangey of some sort. But yeah, I mean
Hmm.
those are two good options. I'm sorry, Finn the Fangbearer is not good. Okay. This is one of those commanders. Like
Yeah.
I'm open to a lot of stuff. I build a lot of weird shit on this stream. I bring on people who like Derek who make me build weird things too, and a lot of times they tend out to be like pretty good. And there's a lot of things that are good out there that people don't think are good, and there's a lot of things that we don't know are good that people just haven't tried. Finn the Fangbearer is not that. Finn the Fangbearer is like everybody has tried it. It sucks. It is not good. If Finn dies, you have a bunch of Death Touchers that don't infect anymore.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, put me up to like 9 infect. I don't care. I'm
Hmm.
just gonna kill your Finn. And
Yep.
green protection is there's only like 10 protection spells for Finn. You don't get counter spells. They have to do combat damage. It's just tragic. It's really tragic. So I'm sorry, Finn enjoyers, but gotta trample your dreams on that. So if you guys can prove me wrong, I'd love it because Infect is cool. Can confirm Infect players get all the hate. Yep, that's it. All right, let's get back to the deck here. We've wandered far astray here, as we often do on the live streams.
Hmm.
There's nothing new there. Okay, we are into the final stretch here. We have 112 cards. We do need a couple more removal spells, but like the core of the deck is there. We've got great fodder, we've got great card draw, great ramp, we've got grave flickers, we've got edicts, we've got life drain and gain. There's not as much life gain and drain in here as I would like. That's one thing I am noticing.
Okay.
Um,
So I did put 2 cards into the sideboard that maybe
okay,
for additional removal if we needed to.
let's take a look.
One of which, like I said, if we lean more into the life gain, Vendetta is one of my favorites.
Okay,
1 mana, destroy.
yep.
You just lose the life, right? Like we just kind of, it has that little offset
Mm-hmm.
compared to the Doom Blade, but it's one
Mm-hmm.
1 mana less.
Yep.
And where is?
And then Ghastly Demise. Yeah. And
Yes, that
Ghastly
was.
Demise actually does look pretty good here.
And then
Is there
Final Flourish, I
anything
think,
we're...
was the one. Yeah,
Yeah,
Final
Final
Flourish was, I think,
Flourish
the other.
is in. Yep, we got that one. Um, okay, so I'm open to Vendetta and Ghastly Demise. I actually don't see enough life gain here to really um, support the Vendetta.
Vendetta. Hmm. Okay.
We just have Gary, really. It's mainly Gary, which actually, well, no, that's not true. Our commander gains us
Yes.
life.
Yeah.
How much life does it gain? Like 3 to 5, maybe 7. I don't
Hmm.
know.
Right. And then I think, yeah. So if we're doing that, I think
Hmm.
if we were just talking about the floor for the removal, 4 times, right? If we're gaining 5 to 7, 4 times, it's 20 life over the span of a game. You're right. If we're adding things, that's how many triggers we're gonna get, right? Because a lot of this stuff is just how many instances of life gain are we gonna get. So like, if we are only relying on those ones, then I think if we want to put some in here and Gary as well, which we can Grave Flicker and do other shenanigans with,
Yeah,
um, that it need to
I'd
be big
forgotten about our
payoffs.
I've forgotten about our commander. There is a part of me that would love to just have an Essence Warden in here. You know?
Yep. Well, as you
These,
said, it's all creatures absolutely love that card. And then one card we
just
discovered
insane.
right before, one card we discovered. Speaking of life gain, right before we hit the go live button, Stronghold Discipline.
Oh, dude. Okay.
Yeah,
So we got to talk about this card in the. I'm gonna probably have to post something on Twitter about this. It's not like I didn't know this card existed. It's just that it just like I don't know. I forgot about it or something. And holy shit! I don't know if we can
yeah.
play it in this deck because we have 40 creatures, so it's like it will hurt us a lot. But guys and gals, lords, ladies, everyone in between, Stronghold Discipline is kind of a game-ending card, is it not?
Yeah, it's 5 cents.
4 mana. Each player loses 1 life for every creature they control.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
like, Abdel and TPI do not like this at all. And in fact, like, a lot of decks in the meta don't like this. If you're playing against, like, a Goreclaw even, Goreclaw is going to have, like, 2 ramp creatures, Goreclaw, and 2 creatures. So, like, 5 creatures. They just lose 5. So this is like a 4 mana that Flame Rifted them. This is like Flame Rift in black is what it is. It's exactly that. It's the same thing. Flame Rift in black. If you gain a lot of life, this card can be game ending in a lot of scenarios. Damn. I mean, I don't know if it goes in this one, but like I need to be like looking back at some of my other decks and seeing whether this is going to go in it. Like this could even be like a finisher in like mono black aggro decks too, couldn't it? Because a lot of those mono black aggro decks drain, right?
Yeah, like I was thinking Yahenni for sure. I think that's
Yep.
just
Yahenni or Golem or Loyal Subordinate or the new Dalek Squadron. For those of you who watched the Dino stream, the second half of the Dino stream, I haven't separated them out yet. Second half of the Dino stream was about Dalek Squadron, the new Doctor Who black aggro proactive mid-range commander. Is so sick. It's so good. I love it. Oh, it's got Myriad and Menace. It's a 3/3 Myriad Menace for 3. That's all it is. So Stronghold Discipline, amazing closer. And if you aren't the one that has like the most creatures, this is just such value. Yeah, love that card. Okay, so we also have life gain from the Generous End. There is that. We have life gain from the Sirith Ungol Patrol. We're fine on life gain. We've actually got a fair bit of life gain.
yeah. So searching for Stronghold Discipline, I just came across another card that I didn't know about, but Tyrant's Choice. I'm not sure if you're familiar.
Yeah. So Tyrant's Choice is
for
an
Edict's
interesting
effects.
card. Yeah, Tyrant's Choice is kind of a funny one. So Tyrant's Choice, in my experience, the best home for this card, it's a council card.
Yep.
And you're not often going to get what you want, unfortunately. So you have to make both modes painful to get something that's good. Tyrant's Choice is used a lot in Pauper as a 2 mana 4 damage spell in Blackburn.
Yep.
But in multiplayer, it does create some interesting dynamics. So I used to be higher on Tyrant's Choice, but then I found that people weren't like working. I don't know. Not everybody's good at communicating, okay? And if you can play with people who are good at communicating, it's a lot better. And when they do, everybody gets a little more of what they want. Ryan Wood says, love the spider. Welcome, friend. Good to have you here.
Yeah, welcome.
Tyrant's Choice is a card that rewards you for being good at politicking. It's 2 mana. You're going to either get everybody to sack a creature for 2 mana, which is good, or you deal 4 to everybody. So what you can do is look at the table and says, I have an edict, and if you all vote with me, we can get rid of that problem creature, right? But it's going to cost you a creature, right? And sometimes you can get people to do it. But the lose 4 in a deck like this is not super relevant. The lose 4 in a black aggro deck is, but in a black aggro deck, it's just an edict, right? That's the problem with these cards, right? Is that you're giving your opponents the choice on what they want. So if you want this to be, if you're playing it because it's 2 mana, 12 to the table, which is great. That's insanely strong. Then it's not going to be that. It's going to be everybody sacks a creature, which is not really what you want to be doing in aggro. It might clear the board a little bit so you can get in, but I don't think this is the right home for it. I used to play it in Witherbloom Apprentice because it's an instant or a sorcery, and it is an edict, and I wanted more edicts at the time. We've got more edicts now. And the life drain mattered there. So both modes were really good. And that's where you can really start to break it, is if you say both modes are good. Yes, I want to edict the table. And yes, if everybody loses 4, that's great too. So that's kind of my thoughts on Tyrant's Choice.
No, yeah. definitely makes sense, and especially with the Spooder, where we want the bodies, right? We want the creatures to sacrifice. But yeah, it was just one that I was putting on my own radar.
Totally. That's a good one for you to know about, for sure. And I just noticed we had a bunch of people join the stream. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you here. I hope you're having a great day. Maybe some of you came from Laubert's stream. I hope you had a great time watching.
Yeah.
It was a fire pod. Holy crap. It was Laubert. It was Derek. It was Brad. And it was, who was the last player here? In that they were also somebody that I know here.
Chris. It was Chris.
Oh, it was Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Chris.
Oh,
yeah.
Amazing. What an amazing pod. So I hope you all enjoyed those games, and we're working on Skyfisher Spider. So if you weren't able to see the I don't know if he linked it in the chat after he closed, but Skyfisher Spider is what we're working on right now. It's a 4-mana 3/3 reach. When it enters the battlefield, you may sack another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent, and when it dies, we can gain life based on the number of creatures in our graveyard, and then it'll exile it. And so we were attracted to this originally here because it's life gain. It's destroying hard to destroy permanents on an ETB. So there's like a death and an ETB trigger, which is great. And it's in Golgari, which is phenomenal for control. So the life gain is super relevant right now. And you can kind of grave flicker this thing to do cool stuff with it. And just general, like, this is a commander that I've built around before and was very happy with it. But we've gotten a lot of good cards for it recently. We got Dread Return. The Bloodseeker tech is now available, right? Where it was still around, but like as a flicker hate card. We have that. We got cards like Greater Tanuki. We got Krosan Tusker was always there, but we got Troll of Khazad-dûm. We got Generascent. We got the Initiative cards, Sirith Ungol Patrol. There's just like a lot of really good stuff. Along with the removal got better because we got Final Flourish. We got Go for the Throat. We got Candy Grapple. Just it got juiced. Like this deck got juiced, and it just needs to be played. So that's what we're doing. So real quick here, I was noticing we had 35 lands. I think we can go to 34 and the Generascent and the Troll. 34 is like the base that I'll play for a control deck. But the fact is that like we have so much ramp. And a lot of it is putting it into our hand too. Like we have Cultivate, we have the Yavimaya Elder, we have the Kodama's Reach, things like that are basically basically gonna ramp us, to whatever mana we need. So I always treat Generascent and Troll as basics. I cut basics for these cards because they're just Ash Barrens and they're better than Ash Barrens. I've actually been paying attention to how often do I draw these cards where I just want them to be an untapped land like Ash Barrens, and how often do I draw them where I'm really grateful it's not Ash Barrens. And the answer is every time I draw these, I'm happy to see them. They're nuts. They're really, really good. They're really good. And for control decks, these were a huge boon because they basically said, like, your win conditions are more built in. They're built into your mana base now.
Yeah.
When the late game gets late and you have creatures that you are drawing off the top that might have been lands instead, these are amazing. You can also cycle them early and then reanimate them with Dread Return. You can like bring them back over and over again with Reaping the Graves and Cadaver Imp and like other stuff. They're just really good. So yeah. A card that we don't have here, Basilica Screecher. This card is staple mono black. I don't often say that about a lot of things, but Basilica Screecher is evasive, cheap. It's a great attacker and it's a great defensive card. It does absolutely everything we love in black. This is the best extort creature we have. It's nuts. The next best one is 3 mana, and it's an Orzhov, and it's also because it has flying. This is crazy. This card is just nuts. Play Basilica Screecher in your aggressive decks. Play it in your mid-range decks. Play it in your control decks. It's very good. So there we go. And I actually put under... not removal. This is threats. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not seeing Death Greeter. Did we cut Death Greeter?
We don't have Death Greeter. I would be more likely to put Essence Warden in here first.
Okay.
if we did, but I don't know if we're gonna find room for that. Like,
Sure.
we're gonna have to cut ramp. We're gonna kind of have to cut draw. We're still filling out like the removal too. And there's some questions about like the bone harvest, grave purge, even like reaping the graves, wander in death, blood fountain. There's a lot of other cards that we still have to find room for too. And
Okay.
last time we built this, it was hard, and it's not going to be any easier this time around. Part of the thing is that a lot of these cards accomplish multiple roles, and
Yeah.
so it becomes hard to cut cards because a card like Llanowar Visionary is fodder, card draw, and ramp. It's all three, right?
Hmm.
Fierce Empath is fodder, tutor, draw, right? It's like all those things. Yavimaya Elder, it's draw. It's not ramp, but it is hitting your land drops. It's fodder. It makes it hard. Makes it really hard to build these decks here. Haunted Fengraph. Okay, and then we can remove this tag, remove this tag, remove this tag. There we go. Ryan says, whose stream were people coming from? Trying to see more content. Oh, Lawbert. If you want to go check out Lawbert's stream, I will post a link from Lawbert. He streams on Twitch. He's a great streamer. He's also one of our channel partners. So he's one of those trusted content creators who just makes awesome content. They're a great impact on the community. They make really high quality stuff, and you can get in on their games by watching out in the LFG in my channel, where Lawbert and Chris from One More Games MTG, they both find people for their live streams in my server. So if you want to get in on those games, you can jump on in, and it's a great place to get access to a lot of good content. So Owlbear is starting to look kind of funny. I think I'm going to cut this card. I really
Okay.
like Owlbear a lot, but I think that we have plenty of closers, like threats,
Hmm.
and it's just another draw effect that we would almost rather was like on a body we didn't care about,
Yeah.
So it's like a value card. Tokasha's Dig Site is a card that I'm interested in here, actually.
Okay.
I like Tokasha's Dig Site more than I do the other ones. It's untapped. It's cheaper. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put that in there. That one might have to compete for Radiant Fountain. I'm not sure exactly. Or
Sure.
maybe like Cabin is starting to look a little bit awkward here because we have to be careful. Like Radiant Fountain, like I want Cabin to work, and so the question is, do we care more about Cabin or Radiant Fountain? And Cabin makes a food token that we have to pay mana to gain 3 with, and it's tapped if we don't have our mana right. So
Hmm.
Gingerbread Cabin might not be. So Gingerbread Cabin we can find with Generoscent, we can find it with Wood Elves, um, and we can also sack the token to Costly Plunder, Deadly Dispute, Reckoner's Bargain, Rowan's Grim Search. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't have room for. I don't know. Maybe Tokasha's doesn't make the cut. Let's cut Tokasha's. Let's cut. Haunted Fengraph is really good, but we already have 2 things that can do that. And let's just add more basics because we want these to be consistent.
Yep.
Generoscent and Troll are both swamp and forest, basically. There's even like a weird argument where you could say like okay, like Command Tower is a really good card, but like if our mana is perfect, do we care? Would we rather it just be a basic that I mean it seems kind of like heretical, but like would we rather it was a basic that worked with Gingerbread Cabin and worked with Witch's Cottage? It's pretty minor, so I'm not sure if that is a good argument. But because our mana like our mana problems are most likely to happen at the beginning of the game. They will not happen in the late game. They're never going to be a problem late game because we're just going to ramp so insanely hard.
Hmm.
Um, Okay. So I think this looks good to me here. 34 is fine. We could explore cutting the command tower. I have Opal Palace and Study Hall here because in control decks, eventually when we don't need this as removal anymore, we just like resolve Opal with Opal Palace and it's like a 6/6. And that's a great game ending card. So this right here, paired with the Spider, is kind of like Greater Tanuki. It's kind of like Krosan Tusker. You know, it's doing those things. Krosan Tusker is also draw. Okay. And then removal. We just need a couple more removal spells, I think. How many do we have? 11?
Yep.
So 11 plus
the commander?
4 plus the commander plus edict. So that's 7 plus 11 is 18.
18.
So maybe 2 more. 2 more kill spells?
Sure.
Okay, so MV equals 2, type instant, O destroy, O creature. Yeah. There's cast down.
Yes.
I don't love it, but we might play it. There's sorcery speed stuff too. Well, and actually, didn't you proposed Ghastly Demise? So what if it was cast down and Ghastly Demise? Oh, we don't have Parasitic Impetus in. That's the other one we need.
Oh, okay.
I think this is a good deck for Ghastly Demise. Parasitic. So yeah, Parasitic. Oh, in fact, we don't have Predatory Impetus either. Pimpetus.
Echoing Decay. Does that have a spot?
Echoing Decay. Yeah. Great. Staple black removal spell. Super important card to run in your decks. This card also is like Grapple and like Flourish, where it's like -2/-2 kills most combo creatures. It also kills Gut and all of the things that Gut does. It hits all TPI tokens and it also hits all Abdel tokens. Wow, if there's an Abdel and a TPI, it gets all of them because even though they're different colors, they're all soldiers. Same name. So
yep.
Echoing Decay is a sweeper and a removal spell. So yeah, we actually just found our cards. So let's go. So we can cut cast down, sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
Question is then where did our Ghastly Demise? Okay, so I didn't add that in here. I don't know if we want to. God, I wish we could put Predatory Impetus in here. It's such a high value card. Predatory Impetus makes your opponents have to block the creature that's has the impetus on it. So it's a 2-for-1 if you put it on your opponent's creature and then somebody else kills it. But it's a 3-for-1 if they continue to eat your opponent's creatures with it. And it gives it +3/+3 and goaded. So it never comes at you. It protects your initiative and the Monarch. You put it on a commander that does a lot of commander damage and you will kill other players with the impetus, which is really cool. So I really like those cards. And you can also always put them on your own if you're in a weird pinch. You can do that too. That is a thing. Okay, so lands are good. Fodder we could go into. You know, something like Llanowar Visionary is pretty good, but it's not maybe... I mean, it fits into the 3-mana curve, right? Turn 3, this. Turn 4. Although it's not retained ramp, right? Whereas the other ones, you actually retain the ramp if you sack it. This one, we don't retain the ramp. So let's sideboard that one for now. We have
Revenant.
all of
I think we're on
these
the
ones.
offense about that one too to start.
Which one?
We put in a Clay Revenant.
Clay Revenant. Yeah, so we were talking about all 3 of these, right?
Yeah. Oh,
like
we were talking
how many
about the
of
4-mana
these?
one. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about the Scrapwork Rager.
Yes. My fault.
I wonder, like, how often are we... So, like, these are nice when we can play them on turn 1 and then immediately start drawing cards, right? That's when they're really good. Later on, they fall off. Like, they're going to be kind of bad because I don't know, they're just, like, a lot of mana to, like, get this thing back that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So if we, like, get them back and then we want to use another Village Rights effect on them, it's expensive. I don't know. Maybe we only want... like Sanitarium, Skeleton, and Persistent Specimen, and then cut Clay Revenant. Maybe just 2 of them. Let's try that. Okay. In terms of draw, we're going to have to make some cuts here as well. Bloodseeker's great. Removal is looking good. We could potentially cut one of these, like Terror would be the next one because it's just a strictly worse Doomblade. Oubliette's good. Yeah, let's cut Terror. We also have more Grave Flickers than we need. So Undying Evil is the only one of these here that potentially doesn't work, right? But it generally will. So like
Hmm.
these are the 5 best ones we have, and sometimes when you have one target you really want to protect, like in Dalek Squadron, you maybe want to protect your Dalek. You wouldn't play Undying Evil because if you've already used Feign Death or Supernatural or Undying Malice, or if you forged it or anything else, then this doesn't work. I also don't know how premium this effect is in our deck. Like how many of these do we actually want? Um, what do you think? Maybe could cut Evil and keep the other ones.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's good, right? Because I think we were at least talking about the lines with the edict effects,
Yeah.
um, and then just kind of get that momentary blink for the commander to maybe hit
Hmm.
like a two for one. Um,
Undying Evil does make it come into play untapped, which is nice. So maybe we
yes.
just cut stamina for that reason. Let's do that. We'll just run the risk that we have something we want to protect that Undying Evil can't protect, like an Opal Palace on our commander. But again, like if people are killing our commander and we have Opal Palace in play, we're probably doing pretty good actually, because
Hmm.
that's very good for us. Cadaver Imp is really cool, but I think this one might have to take the L.
Yeah.
And we don't even have Tortured Existence in here, and this is a great Tortured Existence deck because we have all this like these are kind of like shit cards like later on. We don't want to top deck these. So being able to
Hmm.
swap these for something we really like like any of these big threats, Initiative, Monarch, Edicts, things like that. So let's actually cut Cadaver Imp
Hmm.
for Tortured Existence.
Yep.
And this is going to go under there. Remove tag. And then Graveyard Hate, Bajuka Bog, and Crop Rotation. Yep, that's good. What else do we have that isn't explicitly necessary? Sirith Ungol Patrol is kind of in that territory, but I feel like it's something I really want to experiment with. The Monarch
Hmm.
is another thing we could consider potentially cutting, because the Monarch is pretty slow draw, but it is a slow deck, and we
Hmm.
hold it really well. This is always one of the challenges, right? With the Monarch,
Yeah.
is
I
like
mean, does it get run by other decks? Right. You know what I mean? Like, is it almost guaranteed to be in a 4-man pod? Like where I guess it's one of the like the Spider-Man meme. Everyone's pointing at each other, expecting somebody else to play, play the Monarch, and then no one plays the Monarch. So I guess
well, I think
that's
that's very much what happened. I'm one of the few people I think in cPDH that still plays Monarch,
yeah,
and maybe I'm an old dog that needs to learn new tricks, but I feel like there's still decks where I want Monarch in it because Monarch is a win condition.
hmm
And I think this comes from my 60 card background in Pauper. Monarch is like everything in like a few decks.
hmm
And if you're able to secure the Monarch and hold it for the rest of the game, you're going to win the game. In fact, Lobert had a game that he, played where, or that we played together where I narrated over the top, and Monarch was everything. Monarch was the only reason I won that game. And the initiative was the same way. I held those cards until the bitter end. I did everything I could to hold on to them, and it won me the game. And that's how it
yeah,
works. If you resolve a pestilence and you have Monarch in play, it's not draw one. It's like I'm going to draw 7 cards and I'm going to bury you like
yep,
completely. It's not something that we share. Okay, like you
hmm
can you can. Sharing
yeah,
the Monarch in the initiative can be very advantageous. That's the modal element of it. If we have a problem at the table and nobody has removal for it, and you already discussed it, and you say, "Hey, hit me for 1, take the Monarch, draw an extra card," then you can go hit them, draw an extra card. We can dig for our answers, right? You can also exchange the Monarch and the initiative to apply more pressure to people, especially the initiative, because then people are going through the trap, they're forging, right? So
yeah.
I think
And
they're very good, but
yeah, I think it lends itself to people overextending too, right? Like
yeah.
people just kind of get greedy for that card too, where like all intelligent decisions go out the window, right? Like I need that card
Yes.
draw.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. People start to do weird things for sure.
mhm. But yeah, side note that
Yeah.
That gameplay video was phenomenal. I ended up
Oh, you
doing
like that, huh?
I ended up doing 2 miles. So normally every day I try and get a mile in on my treadmill, and then I was so engulfed into that specific game, I actually ended up going 2 and not even noticing that I was on the treadmill for 2 miles versus the 1.
That is so hype. I'm really glad you enjoyed that. It was really fun to do.
Yeah, like anyone that's ever been on a treadmill knows like 1 minute feels like an hour and a half. So like I jog at a speed of like 16 minutes for a mile. So to double the extra cardio was definitely in that video.
That's based. That's based. You'll love to hear it. Yeah. So let's see. What do we got? We got 9 cards left to cut. We're happy with our removal. We're happy with our draw. This is just an insane amount of draw. Like it's kind of baffling. Our fodder, we don't want to have too much of this. And what I'm noticing is that like most of this has another mode. So like we've stacked the functions really well. We call it stacking functions in permaculture, which is something I'm a bit of a nerd about. Permaculture, you can look it up on Google. But stacking function is when we have multiple things that a card does that are all synergistic with what we want. So in this case, like Return to the Wilds is both the food for the spider, food for village rights effects, and it's ramping us, or it's producing life gain, right? So like that's all good. Fierce Empath is like food while also tutoring up some big, it can tutor up lands, like with the Generous Scent and the Troll if we just need to hit our lands, or if we want to draw a card and like get a land. So like say we top deck it and we just want to get another card and like keep moving, we get Krosan Tusker. And we like get the land, we play the land, and we're drawing a card too. So then, this card, we can just sacrifice it. It's just a 1/1. Viridian Emissary and Sakura Tribuilder and Primal Druid are the only ones here that are like dedicated to, I really want to ramp. That's it. It's a body and it's ramp, right? But there's not maybe like a third layer to it. Wood Elves, kind of the same thing. Yavimilder, these all just do a lot of different things. Kozilek's Predator, I threw this in here. Was this one that we actually wanted to stick with, or is there a better, so we go type Eldrazi. We've got cards like Blister Pod, which are infinitely cheaper, and it's only 2 bodies, and both of them are bad. Or we have like Eyeless Watcher, which is a worse version of the Predator because it's only a 1/1. We have Nest Invader is another one, although I think if you're reaching for Nest Invader, you should reach for Blister Pod first. Yeah, so is it Kozilek's Predator or Blister Pod? So Blister Pod plays better into the sacrifice me. It's just better fodder, right? Because it's cheaper. So we can go like turn 1 Blister Pod, turn 2 Village Rights, which makes us more consistent in the early game to get our late game online. That's probably the biggest argument for it, isn't it, though? Right?
Yep.
It's even like ramp, right? Turn 2. So turn 1 Blister Pod, turn 2 Deadly Dispute, maybe. Then turn 3 we untap, play our 3rd land, and we have 5 mana. Nest Invader over both from Jared. Welcome, Jared. Glad to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Nest Invader over both, because Nest Invader doesn't have to die to get the token. Is that why? Whereas Blister Pod does have to die to get the token. They're both on the axis of 2 mana. Nest Invader does leave a better body behind. Let's actually go back and look at those again. Yeah. So how does this work into our curve, though? If we go turn 2 Nest Invader, we have to wait till turn 3 to do anything with it. We always have sacrifice effects, right? We have so many of them.
Yeah.
What do you think? What like Nest Invader, Kozilek's Predator, Blister Pod? Like Kozilek's Predator is securely in the space of just being fodder, right? That's all it is, because it's 4 mana. So we have to like ramp into this, right?
Yeah.
It leaves behind a body, but it makes 2 bodies, which is nice. My temptation to say it's not Predator. It's like Nest Invader or Blister Pod. So we get immediate use of the mana with Nest Invader. on
So I guess
two.
my only guess like is mana curve, right? Like what's at 1 mana versus 2 mana that we're going to be casting, one or
Yeah,
the other. Like, if they're both in the
right.
hand, right? Like
So 1, 2, 3. We have 3 of these here. I mean, honestly, there could be like Sakura Tribe Elder is a good card, but there's actually a part of me that wonders if it would be better Nest Invader and Blister Pod, because if we sack Sakura Tribe Elder to anything, we don't get the land. I think
right,
that's
yeah,
actually
that's probably the cut. I think. Can we put
okay.
Nest in there
Both.
instead? Yeah.
The mana isn't retained, but again, like um, they're not really ramp. These are fodder that happen to also produce mana.
If we
They
need it, right?
can,
Yeah.
yeah, they can be ramp. But man, the nuts is like playing one of those, deadly disputing it, and then getting like a treasure and
Hmm.
a token. Um, okay, that's cool. Um, it's funny, even Fierce Empath is ramp. Like you can go and get Greater Tanuki with
Yeah.
this. That's so sick. I love that. Man,
Hmm.
the value layering on that card is bonkers.
Yeah.
9 cuts. We've got this good here. The cuts have got to be from, I think this edict is good here. I like this. They work with our ramp stuff in a lot of ways. I like our sweepers. I like having Bloodseeker here. I'd love to have another one. I'd love to have like Poison Belly Ogre in here. Do you know that card? This is a
No.
card a lot of people don't know exists. For you mono black or black splash enjoyers out there, Poison Belly Ogre is the second copy of Bloodseeker, but it hits you too, and it's a 5 mana 3/3. So it's a lot worse than Bloodseeker in a lot of ways, but it is a card that you can flip off Throne of the Dead 3 as a stacks piece. It is bigger than the sweepers, so it doesn't die to our sweepers, which is nice. And
Mhm.
yeah, so this stops flicker combos. That's why we run these cards. But
Yep.
um, I don't think we need Falconwrath Noble. We're doing fine without that. Just
Hmm.
looking to see if there's anything else we missed here. Herald of the Dreadhorde, no. Penumbra Spider is such a cool card. I love this, but it's not good as fodder. It's like you don't want to sacrifice the 2/4. This is good in 60 card against fairies because they kill it with a scred and then they have to kill it again before they can attack with their fairies. But in this format, it's not amazing. Oh, a card that we don't have in here is actually Nefarious Imp. Oh, and we don't have Nested Shambler. Interesting. That's like just one of the better.
Well,
That
yeah.
one is like one of the better fodder creatures available. Um,
Hmm.
this one should be in the sideboard because we want to consider that one.
Yep.
This is also a card that a lot of people don't like, but it's tutorable with Fierce Empath, and it makes a shitload of mana.
Yep.
Tap for 3 green, forest cycling, crazy. Okay, get focused again here. Carefree Swine Master is another one. That's pretty cool. But yeah, like Nefarious Imp is a really cool card. It's a 3 mana 2/2 flying or 2/1 flying. Whenever one or more permanents you control leave the battlefield, scry 1. And so it's kind of like Viscera Seer if you don't want to be sacking things to Viscera Seer. Like
Hmm.
if sacking things to Viscera Seer is too expensive for your deck, then Nefarious Imp allows you to scry like this in nice ways. It works really good with the Village Rites effects because you sack it, scry 1, draw cards. It also
Yeah,
is a
you can
great
layer it.
attachment. Yeah, you can layer it. Yeah. It's also a great card for Cranial Plating, which we don't have, and it's a 2/1 flyer. This one actually, I know we're adding cards when we're supposed to be cutting here, but let's just do that and see how that works. We're going to have to cut from ramp. Ramp is probably going to be a lot less than this. So which are the worst ones? We have Myconid is premium. Okay, Primal Druid and Viridian Emissary. These seem premium.
Hmm.
Cultivate and like Kodama's Reach are just like really good, right? Maybe Harrow, although Harrow does allow us to go 3-mana Harrow into a lot of 2-drops and 1-drops, like Harrow into Bloodseeker, Harrow into Basilica Screecher, Harrow into Dusk Legion Zealot, Harrow into Visionary. There's a lot of good things there. Growth Spasm is really good for the deck. Grow from the Ashes might actually be the one. Grow from the Ashes is very good. This is a great ramp spell, but it doesn't do anything with our deck really in particular. It's just like generic good ramp. So let's cut that one.
Okay.
We have Primal Growth. I think we've agreed is busted. Are there any other type creature, search, land cards that we aren't playing that we should play over Cultivate and Kodama's Reach? Like, I don't know if there are. Ondu Giant is actually one of them, but again, like Ondu Giant's actually like a nice body. Like Ondu Giant is what you want to play in Tatiova because it's like a great blocker, puts a land into play. There's Pilgrim's Eye, doesn't put into play tapped. There's Quirion Ranger, which is 4 mana. Sylvan Ranger is actually pretty good. Sylvan Ranger might make the cut. It's not ramp, it's just putting it into our hand. But it is 2 mana, and it is something we're happy to sack. Whereas like Sakura Tribuilder does put it into play, but we can't sack and get the ability, right? Like we can't sack it to other things where we can get the land card and sack this later. Maybe we like this more. I know by mentioning Sylvan Ranger, I've just summoned Derek into the chat. Derek loves that card, thinks it's really undervalued. Other ramp cards that we could cut. Spring Bloom's good. Wood Elves is good. Yavimaya, these are all good. I really want this deck to play Greater Tanuki and Krosan Tusker. Okay. So maybe we just don't have room for the elf. Where did she go? Is she in here? Where is she? Oh, here. Yeah. So let's just cut this one. I don't think we've got room for it. In our draw, we have more draw than we need, admittedly. Yep. So, quite honestly, like it might be crazy, but like we could either look to cutting the generic draw, like Sign in Blood, Night's Whisper, or we could cut some amount of fodder creatures, or we could cut Siphon Mind. I would be tempted to keep Siphon Mind over Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper because it doesn't lose us life and it draws more cards and we're a control deck. Nefarious Imp, probably. God, I mean, this card is really good in this deck. But it does die to all of our sweepers. Like we already draw a zillion cards. Do we need to scry? I think we need to cut it. We have to be disciplined. Jared says, since you're a Tortex deck, try to cut more non-creature ramp. I think that's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna miss Cultivate and Kodama's Reach.
You think not?
I don't think so. I mean, they're probably easy adds if we feel like we have too much.
Do we like those more than Harrow? Because Harrow is actually only putting us ahead 1 land. It's not as like high value, I guess. So I think Harrow would be my pick.
Yeah, because I guess Kodama's Reach and Cultivate could be considered draw too, right? Because
they are. They're drawing you a card. Yeah, it just happens to be a land.
Right.
And also, like when you pack all of these effects into a deck, thinning becomes a thing. Thinning is statistically not relevant in most cases. But in a deck like this, I mean, you do get to a point where you're like, I have like 2 basics left in my deck. Like where you're like, oh, I'm out of forests or oh, I'm out of swamps. And then you know that suddenly it's like, well, that's 20 cards, 20 bad draws I no longer have in the deck. So that's pretty good. Crop rotation is good here. It's very good. It's very good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're not getting rid of that. Okay. Good talk. Guildsworn Prowler, or maybe it's actually Prowler. So Prowler has to die to draw a card. Would we rather something that dies to draw a card or something that ETBs? And it does have Death Touch, because we have some of these here. These ones are fodder. We might also need to choose between the Blister Pod and the Nest Invader, although these both actually, I mean, in all reality, these are ramp. They right, I know I didn't do that before, but these do ramp us. They get us more mana. And they're so good with Primal Growth. I love this card. By the way, the foil of this card is insanely pretty. You can see it's $15 here. I need to put my ice cream away before it melts all over my table.
Yeah, I get that. At least you have warm weather. So it's been
warm
here
house
on the East Coast. Yeah.
Okay. So let's look at, it could be, the next one would be like, I mean, I've done this in a lot of decks, but cutting like Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper is totally reasonable. Jared asks, can you explain Acid Moss? Yeah, so Acid Moss isn't in our main deck here. It's in our Considering. But Monvuli Acid Moss is a really good card. The problem that Acid Moss runs into is that there's a lot of really good ramp in common. I mean, when you get to 4 mana ramp, it starts to get really strong. Like, you know, like Ranger's Path and like Reap and Sow and what's the other one? Oh, shoot, I'm forgetting the name now. It's a 4 mana Sky Shroud's Claim. 4 mana puts 2 forests into play untapped. Acid Moss, the way I see this card is that it is... Actually, let's cut to the chase. Blowing up a land against Gretchen is really oppressive. If you take a land that Gretchen is loaded up with auras and you blow it up and it resolves, that's really good. But we don't play it for that. We play it for the fact that it's a ramp spell that also happens to have that ability. But there are other lands in this format that are really good. Mystic Sanctuary is a combo card. Destroying it is good. Lands with auras on it, which there's more than one deck that does that. Goreclaw does it. Any deck in green that wants to make a ton of mana off of like auras, which is common because a lot of times if you're ramping and you want good green ramp on creatures, it involves elves, it involves Utopia Sprawl, and Arbor Elf, right? It involves untappers, and so they'll load one land up with a bunch of auras.
Yep.
And so you can blow that up. Also, Opal Palace and Study Hall are like really, really hard to fight through sometimes. Like, you know, if your commander is just coming out bigger and bigger and bigger every time, blowing up the Opal Palace and like shutting that down is really good. So yeah, and then if you just ramp into this early, you can just put somebody really far behind, right? If they miss their land drops or something and you just like blow up their land and ramp yourself, it's good. It does get a forest card, which means we can get a dual land, which is great. I thought it was in the main, but yeah, I wasn't sure if the reason you needed it in the main deck land game. Yeah. So one reason you might play this is like, oh shoot, I forgot it, but we don't have Dimir Houseguard in here, and we must have that card.
Yep.
Yeah, Dimir Houseguard is a staple black, like mid-range control card. It tutors for so many good things. Pestilence, Siphon Mind, Vicious Battle Rager, Thorn of the Black Rose. It finds Chain Devil, Faceless Butcher. It finds, yeah, that's every class of effect covered right there. It doesn't hit ramp because I don't think we have a 4 mana ramp, which actually, it's kind of interesting. We could actually have a 4 mana ramp spell in here for that purpose. But this is when you play Monvuli Acid Moss, because then you actually have 2 cards in your deck that say destroy target land. If you're in black and in mono black and you care about lands, then you can actually play Befoul, which is a 4 mana sorcery speed, destroy target non-black creature, it can't be regenerated, or land. You can also hit lands with it, and it's 4 mana for Dimir Houseguard. It also gets Snuff Out, which I've actually done before. It might sound weird, but if you don't have another 4 mana removal spell and you need to kill something, you can pay 3 to tutor it, and you can snuff it out right then and there. So it's like 3 mana murder that costs you 4 life. So just a thing that you can do. Dimir Houseguard is under tutors. And also one of the reasons why Dimir Houseguard is amazing is because with Tortured Existence, we can reuse it over and over again, which is gross. So yeah. One of the thoughts I just had too, how good is Unearth in this deck? Demon's Disciple, Fleshbag Marauder, Bloodseeker, Fierce Empath, Crypt Rats, like ramp cards like Springbloom Druid, Wood Elves, Myconid potentially, Yavimaya Elder, Farhaven Elf, Primal Nest, Blister. Those ones aren't as premium. It gets us back our Basilica Screecher. Because like in these decks, a lot of times I also want to play Unearth, and then I want to play Wander in Death. Wander in Death is a really good one. And oftentimes I'll swap them in for Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper. I'll sacrifice a little bit of raw card draw to have the ability to get something really good back from the graveyard very cheaply, or you just cycle it, right? Both of those cards have cycling too.
Yep.
So we could do that as well, because we don't have as much recursion as I was kind of envisioning we would. Let's do that. We have so much card draw, like, and this card draw is busted. It's so cheap. So let's go Night's Whisper, Sign in Blood, and then we'll do Unearth, at least Wander in Death. I actually like Wander in Death a little bit more sometimes, just because it's because you get 2 cards back with it, so it's kind of like a 3 mana draw too. We also don't have Reaping the Graves in here, and this is a 38 creature deck, which seems wrong. Is Reaping the Graves better than Siphon Mind? Like Reaping the Graves, if it gets 3 creatures back at instant speed, is like very high value. You know, honestly, there's Annoyed Altosaurus here as well. This card actually is just kind of like a leftover. I don't think we need this anymore.
What about Spore Mound? I guess my question is, how many tokens do we think we'll generate off of Spore Mound?
Well, if we ramp into it fast, so say we go turn 3 Kodama's Reach, and then we make our 5th land drop and play Spore Mound, probably a lot.
Okay.
Right? So if it's in our opening hand with any like ramp, we play it on turn 4. 5 mana is a little awkward when you're ramping the way we do, but not entirely. Not entirely though. Yeah, you could definitely run this thing out on like really early, like turn. What's the fastest you could do it? If you have Primal Druid. Oh, I mean, shit. Like almost any of these lines with Primal Growth is going to go pretty hard. So yeah, if you go turn 2 Primal Druid into turn 3 Primal Growth, you untap with 6 mana, right? Is that right? No.
Yep.
7 if you have a land in hand. That's insane. It's so crazy.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking. Yeah, I just wanted a thought process there, but yeah.
Yeah, this is purely there for fodder though. So I think the only reason I'm justifying this is because it's a steady stream of fodder. So yeah, turn 3 is the fastest, as Derpy said. Welcome, Panda. Good to see you, man. Yeah, good to have you here. Okay, we also talked about Llanowar Visionary. Did we cut that? We did. Okay, we're down to 22. If we had 20 draw spells, I would be perfectly happy. Because again, like these are draw spells too. So it's a bonkers number of like card advantage stuff. You know, frankly, like Blister Pod, Nest Invader might be kind of like the awkward ones here, where like, are we happy to top deck these? They're like good in our opening hand, right? But I think actually that's what we're gonna do. Let's cut these ones. Maybe one is that better than Persistent Specimen? Is one of those better than Persistent and Sanitarium? Maybe they are, because they make 2 bodies. These ones you have to pay to get them back. Maybe Sanitarium. Yeah, Sanitarium Skeleton can go, and then let's bring back in the Blister Pod.
Okay.
Or maybe the Nest Invader. Yeah, let's do Nest Invader. Because Nest Invader does give us the 2 bodies. We can immediately ramp off of it, whereas we can't with... we have to sacrifice the other one.
Yeah, we lose mana. We lose a turn.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to
bring back the Specimen or...
So 15 fodder. 15 fodder seems good. 22 draw, 4 gray flicker. 16 ramp is still too many. And not all of these are ramp, technically. So how many ramp do we actually have? Krosan Tusker is not ramp. Yavimaya is not ramp. So let's actually remove this tag from those ones.
Yep.
They just give us lands. Lawbert, welcome. Good to see you. It says, yo, glad to see the party still going on over here. Yeah, we're partying like 1995 out here. And
Right here.
yeah, we're really close, actually. We're close to being done here. And it looks like your game went really well, Lawbert. That was, I had it actually in the background. I had it on like 2% volume. So you get that sweet Twitch algorithm. Yes, the views. Yes, it knows. Blisterpod is better, you say. Yeah, I'm on the fence between Blisterpod and Nest Invader. Like Blisterpod is basically like, we don't care about the Nest Invader body. This body is just a sacrifice. So in that sense, like Blisterpod is better because it's half the mana and it's accomplishing the same thing. Maybe because we have so much sacrifice, maybe that's like where, where it's just better. I'd love to have both. Can we have both?
Look, I mean, if we're getting rid of the skeleton, I mean, or the one, like, do we want to keep persistent specimen, or does that one get to go too?
I think persistent specimen. I like the idea that this can just keep coming back over and over and over again. That to me seems really strong. Even though it's slow, it's nice to have an engine like this in the deck. There is another thing to consider here, actually. Oh man, so with Tortured Existence, Clay Revenant and Sanitarium Skeleton become stupid. Because we get to bring them back to our hand, and then we discard them. Okay, I think that actually answers my question here. Okay, so this goes back to the sideboard. We do want these cards. These are really good when you tag those together. And they're still great fodder. They're the cheapest fodder we have. They're, if we get one sacrifice off of them, we're totally happy. And then later on, we can start looping them with, say, like, like you can imagine you have no creatures in hand. You bring back Clay Revenant, and then you pay 1 to swap it with a Vicious Battle Rager. And then you cast it, and then you can like bring it back again. If you have a ton of mana, which we will, we can bring it back multiple times and continue to get creatures back from our graveyard. We can get all of our creatures back from our graveyard with these cards. So I think that answers that for me. And we're 105, so we need 5 more cuts. What about our sweepers here? We could cut Justice, Drownsar, Crypt Rats, Pestilence. Justice is very good, and it's a win condition. It's kind of like a fail-safe. If we're on the play and somebody's doing gut things and they're looking at us weird, we pull the plug on Evan Carr's Justice and just use it for 4. It still feels like our ramp is just like, actually now we're down to 13. I don't know that I want to cut anymore now that I think about it. What about Monarch? Is there any Monarch that we would cut? Like, the Monarch is nice because we can get it back over and over again. Like say somebody, like with the Tortured Existence thing, right? Like we can, if we're not able to get the Monarch back in combat, we can just like bring something else out of the graveyard, replay the Monarch, get it, that kind of thing. Is Sirith Ungol Patrol actually going to make the cut? This feels so slow.
Every time I've had it in my hand, it's felt that way.
It's like 5 mana.
5 mana,
and then another turn, and you don't get to block with it. It does. It's a lot. I mean, it's food tokens. It's draw. I don't know, man. I know Islane is probably rolling over in his sleep right now. If I cut this card, but I don't know that it's as good as we want it to be. It is just, maybe I'm undervaluing the fact that it's just a 5 mana 4/5, right?
Yeah, I put it in. It was in Greta. I've had it in a couple different decks, and it just feels so sluggish. Like a lot, even if you're casting it on curve, right? It's 5 mana. Here's a 4/5. Cool. I can maybe block something, and then you tap it. Right? You're paying 1. You're tapping it to then. Sacrifice a creature, maybe get an effect, draw a card, which is nice, and then you got to pay mana into a food token if you want to gain life, or maybe have some
Right.
more sacrifice fodder.
And maybe part of what I'm undervaluing here is the fact that it's just a big black creature, right?
Yeah.
Lobert, when you say Cirith Ungol is stank, could you clarify if that is a positive or a negative denominator?
Yeah. It's one of those
Stank.
cards, like you just read it over and over again too. Like I always
Yeah,
forget that
yeah.
it actually draws you a card, and it's just like, oh,
That's
okay.
why, right? Like,
Yeah.
but it's a food token and draw. So it's like kind of insane sometimes. Like it might feed a Deadly Dispute, right? Where your Deadly Dispute doesn't sack a creature, it sacks a food. That's busted. That's really strong. That's a lot of value. Is there any reason negative? It's a negative association. Okay, got it. Fair enough. I mean, if we cut Monarch from the deck, we would go straight back down to 20 draw spells, which is perfectly reasonable. That's a shitload. 20 draw spells plus like 5 reanimation recursion spells is a lot. That's a quarter of our deck. Quarter of the cards off the top are going to draw cards or get them back from the graveyard. So maybe then if we did that, we would keep the Cirith. And the Cirith is the biggest of all those. It's bigger than Entourage of Trest. Maybe we would cut the worst ones. Maybe like Thorn. It's funny to call Thorn bad because it's just not. It's death touching. Yeah. That's the brutal part, is that Monarch, these cards are good. Like, especially in green-black, they're very good. Like, they're solid cards. Even Staunch Throne Guard is great, like with a Pestilence in play, because it just never goes away. It's great to load Forge counters onto. I don't know, Lobert. What do you think? You're in the chat. You're a judicious deck builder. Help us out here. We got 5 cuts, and there's a couple of things we don't want to leave behind. We do want to try the Krosan Tusker. We want the Greater Tanuki, especially because of the Tortured Existence stuff, and because these are like our threats to close the game out with. They're just like high value, especially Krosan Tusker. Man, if we start looping Krosan Tusker with like these stupid skeleton cards, it's just like a lot of value. We don't want to cut ramp. We have probably too much draw. Lobert says you don't want to risk it in combat, so the body becomes less relevant. The food costs even more mana, so you're more like 11 mana deep by the time you get 2 cards and 6 life.
Yeah.
When you put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so this is like, we talked about this with Soul Reaper of Mogus and Spark Reaper and Gibbering Barricade, that like by the time you've drawn 2 cards off of one of these creatures, with Gibbering Barricade, you're 9 mana deep, and that doesn't even count the creature you sacrificed. All right. Sorry, guys. Gotta say it. Cirith Ungol Patrol, this is not a good Magic card. Right? Is that what we're saying here? Because if it's not good here, where is it good?
If this thing was 2 and a black, if this thing was like 3, if this was like a 3 mana 2/3 or 3/4, something along those lines, like
or a 1/3.
Yeah, I don't even need, or a 1/5. Just like you can have the button.
1/5. Oh, give me the 1/5. I'm so down, dude. I love big butt creatures in this format. All right, sorry. No, it's gotta go. It's gotta go. Dak. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was about to read off your message to you, Durfee. But you can't use the ability at instant speed. You can use it at instant speed. So the idea with that card is you'd leave it up as a blocker, and then you would sack things as an instant speed that people were attacking into you. You'd like line up your blocks and sack them. Need to tap is a big deal, man. That's actually the thing. Okay, that's the thing. Cirith Ungol Patrol would be a completely different card if it didn't need to tap, because then you could attack with it. And then it's like, yeah, we have a 4/5 attacker. That's really good. And then we can sack things. And it's kind of there to like sack things that are already going to die. Yeah. And Lobert says, have you seen Witch's Cauldron? Yes, I have Witch's Cauldron right here.
Yeah. Even if it didn't tap, right? 2 mana. I would pay 2 mana for that. 2 mana, sack a creature, draw a card, and then create a food token. Like I would pay 2 mana for that.
That'd be so strong. I think that would be a black staple in a lot of mid-range and control decks, but it's just it's the difference about the tapping. The tapping is what's so brutal. It's like I was learning this when I was playing Ariel. The Ariel, the Orzhov Knight card is like the fact that she has vigilance is like the only reason that it's worth playing with the abilities she has, because it means that she can attack every turn and
Yep.
still do the thing. It's a action economy thing, right? For you D&D nerds out there, you want to maximize your action economy. Don't have cards that require you to tap them to do their thing. It's really harsh unless they're super good, like Vermin Gorger in a black aggro deck or something, where the tapping is basically it's like unblockable attacking, right? That's really good. Okay, so Witch's Cauldron, Lobert, are you hating on the Witch's Cauldron? Is that what I'm hearing? Or because this one strikes me as um like I could see a world where we don't use this because we have better draw effects in the deck. You know what I mean? Like how often does this sit in play and we don't use it because our other draw effects are more efficient, like 2 mana for a Costly Plunder or something. But it is a black pip. It's there always, so it's always something we have available. It's on board, which means that it can't be countered, and it does gain us a little bit of life. This is way better than the Ungol Patrol, right? Like you just gain the life for no mana, right? Like for no extra mana.
Yeah.
Witch's Cauldron is just better, is what I'm saying, and you don't want too many of those redundant effects. Yeah, like how many of these effects ask us to sacrifice versus how many cards do we have to sacrifice? Like how many creatures do we have to sacrifice? The number of creatures we have to sacrifice goes up with the Grave Flickers. I will say that. These Grave Flicker cards basically are fodder, right? Because we can use these to sacrifice things we care about to get the effect, right? Yeah, Lobert's saying, yeah, this is true. I'm saying Cauldron is what peak performance looks like for those effects. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. For an onboard effect, it's the most efficient we've ever had. Yeah. Witch's Cauldron's great. Yep. And in fact, maybe there's even a reason to be playing like Skull Tap, even though it's a sorcery. That's another one I was kind of looking at as one that we don't have here that maybe we should. Skull Tap is 2 mana, it's a sorcery. But a lot of times I do these at sorcery speed anyways, so it's not like that big of a hit. 2 mana, draw 2, sack a creature, although at the same time, at that point, why aren't we just playing Night's Whisperer, right?
Yep, which we cut.
Because that's exactly the same. And we did cut that. Yeah, we cut them because, and maybe actually, Costly Plunder actually might want to just be Night's Whisperer, right? Because the benefit is that you get artifacts, but we don't actually have that many. How many artifacts do we actually have in the deck? Only 3. But how many of these make artifacts? That's the other question. We have the Gingerbread Cabin. We have the... Oh, it's very thin.
Yeah.
So that's not a synergy. So this should not be in here.
Yeah.
This should, because Reckoner's Bargain and Deadly Dispute and are have like all this upside with them, right? Village Rites and Corrupted Conviction are the best, and Bequeathal really are like the best we've got here. So Costly Plunder comes out. Okay, that's good. And we don't even need to re-add a card back in because we're going down to 20 draw anyways, right? Like we don't need more than 20 draw spells.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it. I love to play a deck where I can play 30 draw spells. But that's not what we're here to do. Removal is good. All these threats here are good. We don't even have like... what's the other one that's really good? Gloomfang Mauler is another one we could play potentially too, but it would have to come at a cost of a basic. It would just, that's how that works. The ramp is looking pretty good. There's maybe a chance we could cut like Springbloom Druid, but that's cutting from fodder, which is fine. We'd be at 15 fodder, 12 ramp spells. 13 ramp is pretty good. I like that number. It's a fine vintage. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. 1995.
Yep, 1995, exactly. And we don't even have Reaping the Graves in this deck right now. Although we wouldn't want to cut... the nice thing about the creature ramp cards is that later on when we top deck them and we have a Tortured Existence, we swap them for something that actually plays. Right. Yep. And that's that. I think like earlier we had somebody say like you want to focus on the non-creature ramp. Yeah, that was Jared. That was a good recommendation. We really want to focus on creature-based effects. Um, so
So cultivate and cultivate and Kodama's reach. I know they're good, but those are two easy cuts if we have to, if we're moving it just onto the creature based
or growth
ramping.
spasm.
Yeah,
I mean, although growth spasm would be arguably better because of the token.
it does give us a body.
It's a body. It's just not something right. So, um,
It's immediately two
yeah.
mana too.
What's
Well,
that?
one, I guess. I guess it's immediately like 1.5 mana versus like
Yeah,
one
it
on
is
one and
tapped.
1 and 1. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that Cultivate and Kodama's Reach just they're I don't know, they're very, very good cards. Lobert, can you explain Return from the Wilds to me? Absolutely. Yeah. So Return from the Wilds is really similar to the Growth Spasm because it's giving us a body and it's ramping us. So Return from the token. Exactly. Yep.
Hmm.
And in certain weird scenarios, we can go Return from the Wilds. We can do Food Token, and then we can use the Food Token to, like, say we just wanted bodies out of this, like fodder. You can
Yeah.
just go 1/1 and a Food Token, and then use the Food Token to sack to like a Deadly Dispute or a Reckoner's Bargain. Which it's not going to commonly happen, but it is a thing we could do. But essentially, this is just the same. This is the same card as Farhaven Elf, right? This right here is Farhaven Elf with more text,
Yeah.
or
I mean,
Spring Bloom.
if we keep that, I mean, we can get rid of growth spasm, right? Do we want
Yep.
both or just one or the other?
I'm not even sure I want to cut out of here. I kind of want to like try this number as it is. So we
Okay.
need one more cut here. So the worst of these, would it be Guildsworn Prowler? The Death Touch is cool, but you actually don't draw a card if it was blocking. So we're going to cut this. Yep.
Okay.
Now we're at 20. That's good. Now we only need two more cuts, which are hard. This
Yep.
is the evidence of a good deck is when the cuts are really hard. Um, like Wander in Death is extraneous. That would be a draw spell and a recursion spell, which is fine because those are both areas that, right? Like we already have tons of it.
Mhm.
Like even crop rotation is reanimation and recursion because it hits these. So let's cut this one. I hate to do it because this is a great deck for it, but like even Wander in Death, yeah, okay. So that's good, and then probably like something from fodder.
Okay.
How good is so Bloodseeker? I feel obligated to play this card because Flicker is such a big part of the format.
Yeah.
You know, and we can always get it back over and over again to redeploy our hate piece.
Mm-hmm.
So like you could see a late game scenario where you like sandbag your Tortured Existence, you run this out, somebody counters it because they can't combo without it, and then you like play your Tortured Existence, swap it, replay it, and then it's in play. It's also a card that just does so much work on turn 2. If you play this on turn 2,
Yeah.
it deals crazy damage. This punishes TPI so hard too. I like can't function with Bloodseeker in play. I have to kill it. It's got to die.
Yeah. Yeah. Like people just try and ignore it and they can't. And that's the fun part about that
The
card.
fun
I
part.
enjoy this card.
Yep.
Yep. I enjoy that card so much. Or they have to waste a removal spell on it and then you just bring it back and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep. All right. We're gonna cut Growth Spasm.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That gets us to it's still 12 ramp, right? Like that's good. Okay, so we're doing great here. We've got a good mana base here. Let's make sure our colors look like they're in order. Again, this is a common pattern you're going to see. Green is a supporting color for ramp, but what you need to do is have the lands about the same because the green is how you get the black. So what we want to do is add a little bit more black here. So we need to go up a swamp, down a forest. Colony Garden seems amazing for this deck. Radiant Fountain, I think, is going to have to go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we're going to add a forest in. All this other stuff is just good, right? Like there's nothing else to cut here. And the nice thing is, let's see, 10, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 of these lands come into play untapped. So it's quite a few tap lands, but it's not heinous, right? Like we're ramping as well. So there's going to be a lot of turns where we untap with a ton of mana, and if we have a tap land, it's not really slowing us down because we just have a ton of mana. Like making the land drop and having the mana that turn aren't super crucial. I gotta say, this deck is already looking like a lot better than like where we started from. I really like it. Okay, so let's go through some turns here. This looks good. This looks really good. We've got fodder for Skyfisher Spider, an early edict, and then an oubliette to make somebody cry rivers of tears. This is a little awkward. We don't really want this right now, but like if there's a gut player or, I don't know if TPI is really our problem as a Skyfisher Spider deck. Like we gain tons of life, so their pinging just doesn't matter. We're like kind of friends until we're not. So like Crypt Rat's mainly for some sort of go wide deck, but we'll start off with the Woodland Chasm. Oh, that's kind of nice. The zoom function in playtest is independent of the zoom in the deck builder, which means that I can zoom in so that people can see the cards better.
Nice.
Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, cool. So turn 1 that. Turn 2, the Greater Tanuki is a great draw here. This is probably just a creature, right? We just play this?
Yep.
So turn 2, Forest, nothing. It'd be nice if we had something here. Like if, God, could you imagine if we just had Primal Druid into Demon's Disciple? I love it. Feign Death is kind of cool here.
Yeah. So everybody
Feign
back
Death
2 turns. I like it.
Oof. This is sick. Like if we really wanted to like mess somebody up, but I think it's just Return from the Wilds, and we make a human, and then we make and we're going to put the graveyard over here, and then we search for so we have swamp, swamp, swamp. Now we want to find forests.
Yeah.
Okay, like that. And then here, wow, we just got it all. So many options, right? Like, geez. I feel like Morty, where he's like, oh, geez, Rick. Like, we could do a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, depending on what's board. I mean, we can cast the commander.
I mean, we could go like Demon's Disciple, Feign Death, to like, Demon... I don't know. It might just be running our commander out, though, right? Because it's turn 4. So if we're on the play, I often have to think about gut players looking funny at me. So pardon me if you're a gut player out there and you feel unfairly targeted. But there's a lot of I've noticed that with a lot of gut players, they often are like attacking feels like the wrong people. There's like a combo player at the table, and they'll like throw everything they've got into the mid-range player, and then the mid-range player is like obligated to destroy them with like the quarter of my deck dedicated to removal, and then there's no pressure on the combo player. So like when I see this turn, if there's a gut player here, I am going this on the play, and I'm killing that gut, and then I'm holding this up for when they recast it, because apparently they need to be. I don't know. It just feels really bad. I hate that Suicide Pact. It feels so bad when people do that because you're just going to lose to the Gretchen or the Abdel, who's just like sitting there with 4 flickers in hand and like a Stonehorn Dignitary and Oblivion Ring and stuff. We could also just oubliette their gut. I like that too. That sounds great.
Yeah, that's a good place.
This is a very hateful hand towards gut. Let's just put it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lobert says, you're so right about gut players. They're always attacking my Thraben Watcher deck instead of the combo players. What the hell? You too? Lobert, I'm so sorry that you've had to deal with that, but that is insane to me. And they're suiciding themselves into you, correct? Because Thraben Watcher is all vigilance. You're like a 40 creature deck. How do they get damage in on you? Like,
yeah, I've eaten Lobert's Thraben Watcher deck in the teeth.
It's sick. It's very sick. But like, I'm gonna rant a little on this one. If you're having trouble with gut getting damage in on players, I think you need to consider stop playing Boros. Your 6/3s don't matter if they don't connect, okay? And the fact that they do or don't die in combat kind of doesn't matter because like they're largely free. You just play a deck with a bunch of stuff that draws cards when you sack them or makes multiple things and you just make more of them. Like if you want to connect for damage in gut and you want to not get dumpstered by TPI, Abdel, like so many other decks like Thraben Watcher, like this one, play Rakdos and play the pinger in the command zone so that you can do damage even when you're not able to hit people in combat. It's really important. Then you get Mirkwood Bats, you get Nadir's Nightblade, you get all the pingers, right? Because you're doing more artifact stuff. I really feel strongly about this that like it's frustrating for me, but gut players everywhere have just like every time I have them in my live streams, they're just like coming after the mid-range player and ignoring the two combo players at the table, and it's madness to me. So yeah, Lobert says, yeah, I fucked them up and then they have nothing left. See, look at that. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Right? Like, but in the process of that, you know what? This is the worst part of it. The process of that is that any deck that isn't what you're doing, like if I'm playing TPI, I would love to be attacking the combo player with my 1/1s, but instead, the gut player is making me hold them up as blockers. So that means it's twice as little pressure on the people who need pressure. In cEDH, you pressure the ad nos player, right? And this is the same concept. You need to pressure them so that they're finding Moment's Peace and Tangle with their Muddle the Mixture instead of more combo cards, right? Like you need to pressure them. And so this Suicide Pact that aggro players are signing with the mid-range players because they can't win is nonsense, dude. I've lost so many games against aggro players as playing like control and mid-range. It's favored for me, but you've got two options. You'll lose deterministically to the combo player, or you have a shot against the other one. And if your deck isn't prepared to play against mid-range, you need to rethink your deck choice. It's just gotta do different, adapt. Rakdos is where it's at for gut. Boros is still a good thing, and there's actually pods where Boros is gonna do amazing work. But I just think the meta is very hostile towards Boros right now. Like you never connect with an Abdel player. Like how do you ever get damage on Abdel? They're just like my 1/1s. And you're like, my 6/3 doesn't die to your 1/1s. Cool, but you still didn't do damage. Like, Lobber says, if you attack the combo player with like 8 creatures in their deck, you still have a huge team to fight the mid-range player. Exactly. And you know what? When I'm playing mid-range and somebody's playing aggro and they're doing their fucking job, I don't clap them. They get all these turns. They get like 6 turns to develop completely unimpeded because I'm like happy to have them there. And their gambit is to take that time where nobody is messing them up because they're doing what people want them to do. They're using that to become resilient. They're using that to get their board presence. They can stock up some cards in hand, sandbag them, so if they get swept, they can rebuild, right? Like keep some protection spells. But if you start signing the Death Pact with like the combo player and the control player, you're taking aggro off the table and you're taking answers off the table. Like I was in the tournament with somebody who was playing friggin' Dargo Keleth, and I was playing TPI. I had all the answers for all the things in play, and the Dargo Keleth player was swinging themselves at me just over and over and over again. I had to spend every one of my removal spells to try not to die, and I still died. And then when the combo player went off, he had no answers, and I was like, why? Why? What did you get out of that? Like, you killed me. Congratulations. And now you're dead. Like, that's called king making. So don't be that person. Derpy, is Grixis good in the meta right now? Grixis is always good. Based take. It's as cold as it gets out in here. Grixis is amazing. Yeah, you get counter spells, best sweepers, best counter spells, best removal, best card draw. Like, yeah, it's just cracked. And in fact, if you want to try Grixis, Derpy, I recommend going and playing Sidrax's Spectre and just play good stuff. Just good stuff. You can throw Ghostly Flicker and Displace in there so you can reuse your unearthed creature. And you can reuse your Monarch, your Initiative, You know, it's a protection spell, it's a draw spell, it does a whole bunch of stuff, right? But yeah, good sweepers, good card draw. Make sure you pack a lot of life gain because Grixis does take a lot of damage to itself. But yeah, just play Grixis good stuff. It's awesome. You could do the same thing with Corpse Appraiser is another one. It's kind of like playing Sultai Soothsayer in the command zone where it's just like drawing you a card and filling your graveyard. But yeah, Grixis is great. Cormella. Okay, if you're going to do Cormella, I recommend don't play the... I don't... actually, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm not bullish on the commonly seen Cormella game plans. Cormella, when people are comboing with it, they use the Exhume and they use Demonic Gifts because both of those bring it back into play untapped, which is important because it has haste and the mana it makes is what makes it a combo. It's what makes you infinite blue and red. The problem is that combo loses to everything. Graveyard hate, counter spells, removal, like it's just so much, right? And it's just... A lot of people have tried to build it very turbo, right? And I feel like that's not the way I want to be when I'm playing combo. If you play Cormella, I recommend actually playing Peregrine Drake Flicker combo because when you're in Dimir, your tutors and you're in Rakdos, your ping and your payoffs get way better. So when you're in Dimir, you get Brain Spoil for Peregrine Drake, which is huge. Peregrine Drake has no tutors outside of Brain Spoil. You get Brain Spoil, and Brain Spoil, guess what? It's an instant or a sorcery in a deck with Archaeomancer, so you can get it back from your graveyard. So not only can it tutor up a whole bunch of other stuff, but it's good for other reasons. You also get Drift of Phantasms, which is a creature which you can bring back with black creature recursion. So you can get the Ghostly Flicker with it, and then if Ghostly Flicker maybe gets exiled, you transmute it to get back your Displace. You get it back from the graveyard because it's a creature, and you transmute it to get your Displace, and you can do it again. And then for red, what you get in red is you get more sweepers along with the black sweepers, but you get pingers. And when you have pingers, you don't need to do anything. You just pinger, make infinite mana, but it's really about the casting the infinite spells. That's all it's about, right? And I think that's really good. And then every creature that you play, the initiative, whatever it is, those all become combo outlets too. So if you have Vicious Battle Rager in play and you go Ghostly Flicker, Peregrine Drake, when you make infinite mana, then you start targeting the Mnemotic Wall and the initiative creature, and you trap everybody out of the game, put every land, put all the creatures from your deck into play, make all the mana, scry. It just wins. You go infinite. So I think Cormella as a mid-range combo deck is really, really good. The pingers are also just a game plan that you can win the game on anyways. And then you get a ton of bodies that can block and absorb damage. You also, in Cormella, because you're making infinite mana, and you're making infinite black, you play the extort creatures, and when you make infinite mana, when you flicker, the extort becomes a win condition. Right? And extort is already insane. It's already very, very good. So yeah, Cormella is great. Cormella, Peregrine Drake, Ghostly Flicker, that's what I would recommend. I don't recommend the Demonic Gifts Exhume line. It's just strange. So anywho, back to Skyfisher Spider. Okay, Skyfisher Spider comes in. Maybe we destroy like a... what if we just destroyed like a aura for a Gretchen player? Let's just say that, because we've got all this removal. We don't need to kill creatures, right? So we do that. Next turn, let's just say we have to use our stuff, like defile something, okay? When I test, I like to assume that I'm getting interacted with. Wow, drown. This is like very oppressive, isn't it?
Yep.
I think at this point, because we missed our land drop, unfortunately, we have to Greater Tanuki, which is not terrible. It's not awful. It's like what we have it in the deck for. So we play this forest out. It comes into play tapped. Unfortunately, we can't do anything else this turn, but that's fine. Wood Elves was a great draw. Here's a fun line. 1, 2, 3, Wood Elves. Search up Gingerbread Cabin. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Gingerbread Cabin comes into play untapped. Yep. It makes a food token. Then we go 1 mana, Feign Death on the Wood Elves. 1, 2, 3, Demon's Disciple. Sack the Wood Elves. Wood Elves comes back in. And we find this time we find Haunted Mire. like this.
Yep.
That's sick. That's spicy. So turn 6, we have 8 lands in play. Cool.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good. Yep.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Doomblade is welcome here. It's funny, we haven't gotten any card advantage in our deck with 25 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment we get any recursion spell, we're going to be able to get back Greater Tanuki. If we get card draw, we can sack either one of these. If we get Reckoner's Bargain or Deadly Dispute, we can sack this. At this point right here, do we just go like Oubliette somebody's commander? Probably. I don't know. Maybe there's a Dargo that gets spooked like that. You know, we also have Drown in Sorrow and Crypt Rats. We're probably past the turn, tap 2, probably sack this. Is it better? It's probably better in play because we're not, like, we have so many tools. We're not dying to aggro right now, so we'll leave this for Reckoner's Bargain, Deadly Dispute, if that does happen. But we do have Doomblade, so let's assume we have to use it. And then maybe, like, I don't know, maybe we have to, like, block with the Demon's Disciple or something. Or we could actually block with the Skyfisher Spider. That's what we want to do. There we go. Ah! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! There it is. Hell yeah. Okay, so we'll go 1 mana, Corrupted Conviction, sack the... I think the Disciple is the one that we're more excited to reuse, right? So sack the Disciple with the Corrupted Conviction to draw 2. Wow! Okay.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Holding up 1 for Village Rites, cast Skyfisher Spider, sack the Wood Elves to hit the Gretchen player again, right? Or maybe it's like Oblivion Ring for an Abdel or a Sutra Priest, or I don't know, something like that. And then, okay, and that's good. Oh, and the nice thing, by the way, is that when this died, we had 2 creatures in the graveyard, so we also gained 2 off of that. Yep. So I don't think anybody's... Dude, this is what I'm talking about right here.
Yep. There we go.
That's insane. So yeah, 1, 2, 3. Rowan's Grim Search, sacking the food. And now we're just going to do a casual dig 6 if we need to, although it's not going to be dig 6 because Basilica Screecher is busted.
Yep.
Oh my god, look at that. That is such a sick hit. What is this? So is it just these 2, and then we keep the Dead After All for Gary and Village Rites? That's... I think it's these 2.
Yeah, and we have enough mana to extort pretty much all the
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay. Nasty. So we probably want to get our Basilica Screecher online. And then... Well, actually, we could use this for Skyfisher Spider in a pinch. So let's just say that's what we have to do, right? Let's say, like... And would we have tapped differently? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... No, we are just short black mana a little bit. We can't do both of these and extort. Extort is very costly on your black mana, so...
Yep.
But let's just say like something messed up happens and we need to pull the oops, things are bad. Lobert says, man, I love commanders that ETB and blow stuff up. This is sick. Totally, right? This is like Ravenous Chupacabra, but like a lot better, huh? It's awesome. We have Necrotol in this format. It looks like a spider. So let's just do that. We go not dead after all, targeting our commander. And then we go, say it's like blocking maybe, and then we go Village Rites, sacrifice it. And it's first thing's going to happen is it's going to not dead after all, come back in with it's tapped. Tapped with a +1. We're just going to give it a counter.
Yep.
And then we're going to draw 2 off of the Village Rites. Okay, wow. It's just like an endless stream of good stuff. End of turn. We're turn 10 right now, but look at this. This is we just drew Exodia for one thing. So the way this looks is we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, we're not going to extort here, but that's fine. We're going to go get a swamp, grab the swamp, play the swamp, tap 1, 2, 3, Wait. How do we do this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So unfortunately, we can't go Thorn into Go for the throat. But we could go Drown in Sorrow, Hold Up Throat. That might be the way to do it because we're setting up for this right here. For those of you watching, this is the formula for control. Okay, right here.
So I guess we would probably want Throne to be able to attack, right? To get the initiative, or at least defend it, right? At least I think the Death Toucher we would want on first, or out first.
We could do this, and maybe it draws us into our land, which we kind of no. You know what? We actually no. We do the initiative first because we want to get the land.
Yep.
It's basically the same thing, right?
Yes. Yep. Yep.
And then I think what we do is we actually go 1, 2, 3, Drown in Sorrow, Scry. Jeez, we want that there. And look at this art, guys. Come on. I'm sorry if you hate this art and you just hate fun, but this is like. Yeah, it's good. So we keep that on top. Drown in Sorrow resolves. Everybody's back to the Stone Age. Basilica Screecher dies. And then we pass the turn with Go for the Throat up, which we will, let's just assume we have to spend all of our resources, like full court press. We Go for the Throat. We untap. We're going to go, I think we actually Scry 2, right? Scry 2, Goad. No, we actually know what's on top. So we do want to go +1/+1 counters. Okay. Well, this is going to be our game. This will be our finisher then. So we do that, and then we draw for turn. And like nobody's going to be able to get this from us. This is really like bad for everyone else because we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into Gary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drain for 7, and then we snuff out the next thing that shows its face. Draw for Monarch. This is the game plan, okay? Like, this has felt really good. I want to play this deck. Lobert says, because this deck needs a lot of black sometimes, and it works with Deadly Dispute and Bargain, Arkham's Astrolabe. So Arkham's Astrolabe...
That's the snow filter?
Yeah. We shouldn't... Lobert, tell me what you would cut for that, to do that. That's what I'd want to know, because we only have 3 cards, I think, that sack artifacts. It is 1 mana, draw 1. It fixes your mana, and it's food. I wouldn't usually I usually don't play Arkham's Astrolabe because I don't really like the card for the most part. Like, Arkham's Astrolabe is busted in other formats because you have a 60 card deck and you've got 4 of it in the deck, and it's too cheap, it's too free for the bean, right? But in this deck, it is potentially food. It's not food to the Skyfisher Spider. The only bummer about the Spider is that it can't sack non-land permanents. That would be, you know, where it'd be hard to pull me off this deck. I'd be playing this all the time. Oh, you'd cut our worst card, would you, Lobert? Pray tell, what is that? But like, I think what we're seeing here is like turn 11, and this game is over, right? Like we just garried everybody for 7, and we gained 21, and we're going to cast our Crypt Rats, and we are going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then kill them with combat damage, right? It doesn't matter. Like turn 12 win, totally reasonable. Like that's what we're planning on in Control. And look, like I don't know what the next cards. Oh my god, look at these top decks. Oh, it's sick because that's what we would have gotten off those cards, right? Because you top deck this, draw these 2, and then this one draws these 2, and then you top deck that one. Insane. Yeah, this is really sick. We'll do this one more run through, and then we're going to wrap things up here. This looks like a good hand-ish. There's no ramp, actually. But we do have all of our land drops, right? So, like, Golgari Rot Farm means that we will have all of our land drops, and we won't have to discard a hand size because of Clay Revenant. Let's just try it. Let's see what well, that was a good draw. Okay, so we go Clay Revenant, Springbloom Druid is very good. Because now we can pair these two with this to ramp really hard. Question is, how do we want to do this? Do we go Swamp into Bloodseeker to maximize Bloodseeker? I oftentimes find putting out Bloodseeker like this pisses too many people off. Gets us a lot of enemies, right? Hey, what's up, Winfro? Good to see you. Seeing Crypt Rats reminds me, do effects like Touch of Moonglove see much in play in cPDH? In specific decks, in Mayhem Devil, you can play it, but I don't. I play Offer Immortality and I play Battle Rager's Blessing, because both of those, even though they're 1 mana more, they don't give power and they don't drain people. They both have Indestructible on them as well as Lifelink. You get both. So for 2 mana, it's protection and it's a one-sided Wrath of God. So I play those ones instead. Another one that you can play Touch of Moonglove in is in Crypt Rats, where you actually just play Crypt Rats in the command zone, which is crazy. I don't know why people don't play more of that deck. It's complete cancer. Like, Crypt Rats is one of the most upsetting decks to play against in cPDH. Like, it just so hard to kill, and it's just all draw, flicker, recursion, kill spells, draw. It's miserable, absolutely miserable. It completely dumpsters the meta too right now. So
Shelob's Ambush is my favorite of the.
Oh, Shelob's Ambush, lifelink, make a food, +1/+3 or something.
Death Touch, +1/+2, so it gives it a bigger butt. Death Touch, and then you create a food for 1 mana.
Oh, I didn't know it gave it Death Touch. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Death Touch.
Yep. Another one is the other place you can play Touch of Moonglove in is Conductor of Cacophony. Conductor of Cacophony is a Crypt Rats-like deck. It is 4 mana for a... I don't know the stats on this card, sorry. It's a 4 mana something that gets 2 counters.
Yeah.
It's a 2/1, and it gets 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and you can pay one. And it's Pestilence in the command zone. You pay a black to remove a counter, and it deals 1 damage to everyone and everything except for Conductor. And so in Conductor, you can give it Death Touch and ping people and destroy everything. But in Conductor, you don't really want to do that because you're also just a mono black good stuff deck, which means you have creatures in play that you don't want to kill. You don't want to kill your Vicious Battle Rager. You don't want to kill your stuff, right? So, so Touch of Moonglove doesn't see a ton of play. In fact, it doesn't see any play in any of the decks I have, but you could play it in Mayhem Devil if you want to increase the ceiling and decrease the floor and increase the ceiling on your effect. So yeah, that would be my answer. So if we do this, then Springbloom Druid is way behind. So I think what we need to do is we need to float this and play this like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go Swamp into Springbloom Druid, sacrifice this, go get, what do we want to get? Forest Swamp?
Yeah.
And these are both tapped. I'm really liking what these Grave Flickers do to these like early ramp turns, by the way. It's very nice. Okay, so we have 4 mana now. Okay, pass our turn. Jfro says, yeah, right on. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, you bet. Okay, so now it seems to me that we want to go 1, Not Dead After All, or Springbloom Druid, 4 Skyfisher Spider. Now, this could be different, right? Like there's other ways to use this where we can go Skyfisher, we don't do this, we play this, we kill something, then we hold this for the spider to sack this to kill another thing. That's another option, right? But I think in this case, I just want to ramp, right? So then we sack the forest and we get a forest and a swamp like that. And those come into play tapped. So now we've ramped nicely, and then this actually comes back. Man, that's really good. The Grave Flickers. So here's a thought. What if the Grave Flickers are better than fodder? They are fodder, right? Like they allow us to sack anything without losing it.
Yeah.
There could be a world where we take some of the fodder out and we maximize on the Grave Flickers to just become like really screwy. Like somebody like attacks us, we like block with our Gary, and then we grave flicker it. Or, you know, there's just so many things we can do there with like edict creatures too.
Now,
That
would
could
you
be a good thing to do.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the edict effects. Like, can you, with the trigger, can you cast
Yep.
an instant and then target itself? Yeah.
Yes. To make everybody lose 2 creatures.
Yeah.
My
2
2
for 1.
cards take 6 from you. Looks good.
Yeah.
Jfro says, I only learned about the Moonglove today. I'll be thinking about it as a nasty surprise for my Grixis Affinity deck. Oh, for Krark-Clan Shaman. That's sick. That's cool tech. I hope you can resolve the spells, but that does sound pretty nasty. You just Krark-Clan Shaman, sack an artifact, touch a Moonglove on it, and then they lose everything. That's some big tech, my friend. Okay. Oh, we should keep in mind, by the way, Not Dead After All, the Wicked token actually works with Bargain for Candy Grapple and for Rowan's Grim Search. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which makes sense because we've ramped twice. Okay, good. Draw.
And then if we do sacrifice that particular, like you just drain as well, which is always nice on that particular token. Yeah.
Right. I think what we're going to do is go Study Hall, resolve. Like this is actually kind of like ahead of schedule a little bit, but we're actually getting early in on the initiative here because we have Final Flourish and Pestilence. We're like ready to assert dominance on this table. Yeah. So we're going to go get a forest now. 1, 2, 3. Although that's for Gingerbread Cabin, but black is like the most important color here. I don't know. Maybe we don't care about Gingerbread Cabin right now because we have Colony Garden, we have this, we have that. Yeah, let's go get a swamp. I think we need to. We want swamps. Get that into hand, and then you know, end step we just go 1, 2, Final Flourish, sacking this because it's free, 2 free for the bean. 2+1/+1 counters. Do we put it on the Spooder so that we can Pestilence more freely? I think that's what we do. Like nobody wants to kill this thing, right? Oh, Siphon Mind is so gross.
Yeah, and then I guess if there's a Malcolm player at the table, right? Like he's not going to want to swing into a 5/5 reach.
Yeah, that's so heinous. Yeah, take your hatred elsewhere, Malcolm.
Yep.
Lobert says grave flickers are reliant on you already having fodder. They have nothing if you don't have A+B. It's making the deck less reliable. That could be the case, but what I'm saying about the grave flicker is it turns anything into fodder, right? Like our Avenging Hunter is fodder with the Not Dead After All, because suddenly now we can sacrifice it and it's okay because we're not going to lose it. So we get a thing to sacrifice while also potentially reusing some busted ETBs, like Avenging Hunter's ETB for initiative, right? So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's nice. It's like having double, you know, essentially an additional copy in a single.
And I'm not saying cut the fodder. Yeah, it is. It's saying an additional copy, right? I'm not saying cut all the fodder. I'm saying maybe we play like 1 or 2 more Grave Flickers, which would be Undying Malice, or no, Undying Evil and Supernatural Stamina, probably. We could look and see which other ones there are, but so we play that. We played that last turn. We're playing Pestilence out this turn, and now we start to hurt the table. We go actually like this. Any way you cut it, we can only hold 3 black up. So we'll just hold the 3 black up. And then Pestilence, Pestilence, Pestilence. We're going to lose this. We might, in the process, like lose one of these. It's probably Avenging Hunter. Like, people are not going to like this. This is very scary.
Yep.
So that's fine. But now we're going to go and we're going to goad somebody because we've already done the Forge.
Yep.
Jeez. Unnecessary, but, you know, it's cool. 1, 2, 3. Actually, we'll go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cast Siphon Mind. We're going to draw 1, 2, 3. Wow, Tortured Existence is fucked up right now. Super, super strong. 1 mana, pay 1, swap this, get back Avenging Hunter.
Yep.
And that's all in our end step. And because we have Pestilence in play, we can also just swap Crypt Rats for like I don't know. Maybe Spring Bloom Druid?
Yeah.
Maybe we don't do that here.
I mean, one mana
because we need 2 mana for Echoing Decay. And we also would have put a land into play here as well. Like that.
So get the 1 mana, the artifact for 1 mana.
Mm-hmm.
Versus the three to bring it back.
Right. And now we can go Clay Revenant, because we don't need the Bloodseeker anymore, because we can't keep this in play with Pestilence, right?
Right.
So that's why we get rid of it. But next turn, we're going to bring this back, discard it to get something else. We don't really have anything we absolutely need here. So it's fine. I think in this case here, we're going to draw, because the 4/1 skeleton with Pestilence is not good. So we'll draw off the archives, draw for turn. Wood Elves is great. And actually in this case, I think what we want to do is go 1, 2, 3, 4, cast Wood Elves. Actually, you know, it's funny. Wood Elves maybe stays in hand, because Wood Elves is a card we can get Avenging Hunter back with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Every creature we have is just another way to like keep using our initiative and our Monarch, and we've got lots of lands already. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Avenging Hunter, complete the Throne of the Dead 3. Wow. Staunch Throne Guard is a particularly disgusting hit. Guys, this deck is good. This deck is really good.
I could throw my Dina deck in the trash.
Look at these hits. It's got to be Staunch Throne Guard, right? Like,
mm-hmm.
or Entourage, actually. Entourage, like, we never, well, Staunch Throne Guard can close the game off, right? So actually it's Staunch Throne Guard, because we can attack and block with this. So bottom that, shuffle, gain the Monarch. And this is huge. When it comes in off throne, 5/8. It's gross. Mm-hmm. And then we play, have we played a land this turn? I think we did.
Yeah, I think the Forest. That's tapped.
Yep. And then we have like 5 black here. 1, 2, 3, 4 black to like pop off with Pestilence. So actually in this case, we are going to intentionally kill our Avenging Hunter.
Pitching the...
Because we're going to trade it with Wood Elves and Crypt Rats to do it again. This is where if we get another sacrifice effect off of this, then we can trade it, play it, sack it, trade it, play it, and like just start dungeon running, which is so much fun. Upkeep, we're going to go and get ourselves another Swamp, because I don't feel choked on green. Swamp. Oh, we also needed to draw off the Monarch, which I forgot. Draw. Crop Rotation can get us Opal Palace at this point. So land, 1 mana. Let's trade this. Play this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Avenging Hunter. Put 2+1/+1 counters on Avenging Hunter. And then, I don't know. Like if somebody's trying to combo off, we could always just like trade Wood Elves for this and replay it. Tortured Existence was a great include in this deck. This is feeling really, really strong, huh?
Yep.
And this is turn 9. This is turn 9. That fast ramp allowed us to go into Pestilence early with the initiative and the Monarch and start like really messing people up. And at no point in time was it like easy to deal with us. Another thing I'm realizing too, check this out, Dax. This is kind of hot. Skyfisher Spider.
Yep.
Okay. It dies and it goes to the graveyard.
Yeah.
And then we pay a black to swap this to replay our commander. Right? Commanders that have good ETBs are really good with Pestilence in a deck like this, because we have this spread of creatures that suck, right? Like these creatures are like creatures that suck. And we're like happy to like do something different with our mana. And we have lots of it. So we can always like take these, get rid of them, get the Skyfisher Spider back. So Tortured Existence literally reads like skip the command tax on Skyfisher Spider.
Yep. And if we need to, unless we need the life gain, right? Like if we know we can set up with...
yes. We do have to keep in mind...
out, but yeah.
Yeah, you have to exile it to gain the life. That's
Right.
important.
Hmm.
And in fact, you cannot grave flicker and use this. That is
Right.
one unfortunate thing, but it's fine. So I
Hmm.
think we also won this game. This looks like a game we won. We had flicker hate. We had a pestilence that probably went unopposed here. We had crypt rats as a backup if pestilence had died, which means we still would have done this. And if they like stopped us, if like they countered this, killed this, countered this, we had all of these shit creatures in hand this whole time that we could have just swapped them out and replayed this and wiped their board again.
Yep.
Gross. Oh, I love it. Guys, Golgari just, it does things. It gives
Yeah.
me feelings and
Hmm.
sensations.
Yeah. Me
Um,
too.
I can feel it in my plums. The
Yeah.
Golgari shit goes so hard, dude. Look at this. Oh, Golgari's so strong.
Golgari
Papa
talks dice
Popper,
rod.
green is
Yeah.
unplayable in cPDH. Lobert says Sanitarium Skeleton plus Tortex is Monarch, except you have to pay for it. You're not wrong. That's not bad. Draw a card for three mana every turn, and like these have like all of these other modes, right? Like this thing of like look at how this plays together, right? We have the Sanitarium Skeletons, and we have the Clay Revenant, and we have all just the random shit that we can use as fodder for infinitely recurring creatures, as much mana as we have. To recur stuff like Crypt Rats, to abuse the initiative, to regain the Monarch out of combat, to abuse our commander. Like, the other synergy that seemed to work really well was the Not Dead After All with the Springbloom Druid and the Wood Elves, because we have a sack outlet in the command zone to like ramp extraordinarily hard. Like both games, we did that, right? Both games, we grave flickered our creature that ETB'd to gain us a land, and then we sacrificed it with the spider to ramp again. Like, whew. Very, very cool. Very cool. All right. I'm happy with this, chat. I hope you enjoyed this today. This is great. The link is in the description below for it. We are going to be sticking with Eensy Weensy Spooder because this name makes me happy, and this is a control deck. Oh, can I spell? Okay, cool. cPDH. And yeah, control, good. We got all the tags. We have a lot of other cards you could consider. Obviously, like I think all these sideboard cards probably need to go into considering, because really the only ones we'd be considering are like Ghastly Demise, maybe if we wanted more removal. Blister Pod was high on the list. Witherbloom Campus is an option, although quite frankly, I never felt like I needed anything else to do with my mana, right? Like, are we actually going to tap 5 to like Witherbloom Campus and Scry 1? Seems sad.
No, or draw a card, right? Like I think we ran enough card draw where, that those dead lands, I didn't think we needed them, or we're like desperate for them.
Right. I would say that Dross Pits and Hunter's Maze could still find a home in here. Right, because because of the way we ramp, a lot of times we untap with a lot of mana, even though we have tap lands. Right? So it kind of balances itself out. So I wouldn't hate having these two. I've found these to be very effective. Lobert, by the way, Lobert, Dax really enjoyed the video that you and I did with the narration. He walked twice as far on his stair stepper, or no, your treadmill.
Yeah, just the treadmill, but the good old gaining muscle, 3.5 speed at the 10 grade incline. So it was like walking uphill for 2 miles.
Hell yeah! To the narrated video. Yeah, we might have to do. We can talk more about it later, Lobert, but it'd be fun to do more of those.
Yeah.
Okay, so conclusions are the edicts felt really good with our plan. So I think that's what makes them better. There could even be an argument because of the creature density that we just want to have more edicts. Like maybe we want to have like 10 removal spells and more edicts because of what it turns on in our deck, right? And the ability to reuse them. We also came to I do think the Grave Flickers here, maybe let's just make that last change here while we're at it. Let's do Supernatural Stamina to the main deck. Are there any other ones that's like Graveyard, Battlefield, type instant, return?
I think there was 8 total, I think, that I saw earlier when we looked
Graveyard, Battlefield. Did I spell that wrong? Type instant, wait. Oh, graveyard. Oh, maybe it's when they die. It's die.
Yeah.
Not, yeah, okay. Ashnod's Intervention is kind of poopy, but it is 1 mana. Fake Your Own Death is an option,
Mm-hmm.
but I think, and this actually being ramp is kind of sick too, isn't it? Right. So if we go Fake Your Own Death on, so like say we go turn 2 Primal Druid, turn 3 Fake Your Own Death into Village Rites, we ramp pretty hard actually. That could be good.
Yeah, with a treasure token. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it could just be another, a fodder piece for Rowan's
Right.
Grim Research or,
That's true.
what have you. Yeah.
Let's try. Let's try it. Fake Your Own Death. Do we have Undying Malice still? Undying Evil? Yeah, we do have Undying Evil. So let's go here to Grave Flickers. And part of the reason why it feels good to do this and to cut like some fodder potentially is because Sanitarium Skeleton, Persistent Specimen, and Clay Revenant went so hard with the Tortured Existence there, right? Like they're always with us, right? So maybe what we do is go like maybe we'll only add one of these.
Yeah, it's almost like a Grave Tutor, which was kind of neat.
Yeah, it was totally. Grave Tutor is a really good way to describe it. The only fodder we have left are draw, and honestly, like I'm not super high on Dusk Legion Zealot, Elvish Visionary, and these cards in general. They don't perform for me that well, and we have a lot of card draw. So what if we cut both of these for 2 of those?
Okay.
Let's try it. Chat, if you play this deck and you find that doesn't work out so well, let me know. But basically, the reason we're doing that is because the stamina and the undying, the fake your own death, turn any of our good ETBs into fodder because we can then sacrifice them. Right? These aren't protection spells; these are value. Right? Like fake your own death on a primal druid, village rites, get the land, get the token. It's just that's pretty strong. Colony Garden was good. Colony Garden's also fodder. We should put that there too. Is there anything else as fodder that we missed here? Because there's also like Generous Ent produces a oh, that's a food token though, so we that's not really the fodder that we need. We need creature fodder. Even Bloodseeker. It's funny. Bloodseeker is good, and yet it felt unnecessary in that game because I'd never run a Pestilence out that fast, but that felt insane. Like we just had the mana to do it, right? Like run out the initiative, defend it with a bunch of kill spells, run out the Pestilence, sweep the board, control it, win the game.
I think it gives us a little consistency, right? Like if we didn't have Pestilence, like or had it in hand, like at least there's 2. And I don't hate having 2 of maybe anything more than that is a little extreme and over redundant, but 2 out of 100 maybe makes sense. But yeah, if we need a cut,
Bloodseeker is interesting in that way. It's like we have all this removal and all these sweepers and all this interaction. We don't need to be solely responsible for controlling the table. So there's a part of me that sees Bloodseeker and it says it's a creature that I don't want to sacrifice, that I can't attack with and I can't block with, that just hurts people and stops combos. And the stop combo part of it is good, but like, would it be better off with just like maybe replacing, like adding a draw spell back into the deck or something? Like, that could be the case. Because like what also stops flickers? Kill spells.
Yep.
It's one of the things I see, right? And what also stops TPI? Pestilence and these things right here, right? Like do I really need Bloodseeker to punish TPI? Huh. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it.
We're running. Yeah, as I say, we're running Dimir Houseguard. So, like I said, we have an option to go get Pestilence if needed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So then, what's the card that we add? We cut before we cut Wander in Death. We could also play, I mean, we could just play Reaping the Graves. Reaping the Graves in any of those instances would have been kind of cool, although it's a mixture of like cards that we don't care about and cards that we do. So it's going to be like, I don't know. Yeah, Winfro, you're right about that. I like what I've noticed about Bloodseeker is that you want to get it out early, but when you do, it pisses people off because
Yeah, and I
Bloodseeker
think
does a fuckload of damage. I've had games where Bloodseeker was like, where Bloodseeker must have done like almost 20 damage. It's so much, and people just like they wouldn't. I mean, but they didn't kill it. That was the thing I was surprised about. I was like, why don't you just kill it? They were like, I'm gonna kill you.
yeah, and I guess if they want to get rid of it, to combo off, like my guess is, creature removal is far more rampant than
Yeah.
enchantment removal, like we spoke to earlier. So I just think Pestilence sticks around a little bit longer.
Yeah. Let's get Hunter's Maze and Draw Spits back in here. And we'll cut a forest and a swamp. And then those go and draw. That helps bolster that a little bit more. And then we have one more slot, which could be something. Do we have any... Nested Shambler is good. The thing with Nested Shambler is like, why would we play Nested Shambler over Blister Pod? Because we don't have any way to buff the power. So like Blister Pod would do the fodder thing. Or Arkham's Astrolabe. So I see what you're saying with Arkham's Astrolabe, but we have Deadly Dispute and Reckoner's Bargain, Grim Search, and that's it.
So the thing I would say about Nested Shambler though is if we want to do the Grave Flicker, a lot of them buff the creatures by 2, right? So if we want to do it twice, we ended up with like 4.
Oh. Yeah, stamina and fake your own death.
Yeah, most of them are 2+0 or counters on it, and then it comes back. Which if at that point, if we sack it again, we're getting 3.
Right,
3.
And 3 bodies. And Lobert's pointing out too, we have the Forge in the initiative, right? That's another way to make it 3. In which case, it's like that's 4 bodies on a 1/1 for 1. It's the best rate you can possibly get. Like it don't get much better than that.
And then I guess not after all as well. We'll put that counter on it. The aura.
Yeah, so I think those are all good points. The thing is that I don't know that we're not deficient of fodder. We have 14 of them, which is only 1 shy of the target that I originally had for 15, which is an arbitrary number, but 15 is like approximately 2 pieces of fodder in the top 10 cards of your library-ish. It's like 1.5 kind of. But we draw cards, so that's the other things. We'll find them. So I'm not upset about that. The thing that I actually just would love to have more of is just more ramp. We had plenty to do. Like we had look at all this card draw. It's like card draw, and then recursion, which is also card draw kind of. Like maybe just another ramp spell. Did we cut anything from ramp? Like we could do growth spasm. But I would love it to be on a creature because these Grave Flickers ramping the creatures with like that was the funnest interaction that I found here. I feel like was Farhaven Elf, Grave Flicker, cast Spider, ramp again, right? That felt like it sent us into the stratosphere where we're operating with like 50% or more mana than everybody else.
Blister Pod was one. I'm just going down the sideboard.
Blister Pod could be, although it's not like permanent ramp. There's also Costly Plunder, which would just be a draw spell. I wouldn't hate that in the deck.
Well, how about the one with Kicker? If we're ramping so hard, right? The 4 mana, the green ramp spell. I'm sorry.
Oh, the 3 mana one that kickers.
Yeah,
Grow from the Ashes.
Yes.
Right, or we could do Growth Spasm, or we could do Llanowar Visionary. Llanowar Visionary does draw us a card, but we can sack it, but then we're losing the ramp, but it is drawing us a card and ramping, so it's doing kind of like a lot of things. And you know what, if we Grave Flicker this too, we get to keep the ramp, and we draw another card, which maybe that's actually kind of gross. I kind of like that. Let's do this. Yeah. Visionary. I know, like, we just cut the like 2 cards, the Dusk Legion Zealot and the Visionary, but this is so much more. It's drawing a card and it's ramping us, and it's a body. It's only 1 more mana. Winfro things. I think the Shambler may be worth exploring. The buffs where you have it. Yep. Shambler would be good. Shambler, Blister Pod. Like, if any of you are building this deck and you want to, include a little different fodder package, I think this is a flavor to taste. I think this is something you can kind of like decide for yourself what that looks like. I like the selection we have here. I don't think there's any other 2-mana creatures that we can Grave Flicker, but yeah. If you wanted to have like Costly Plunder in the deck, Arkham's Astrolabe was an interesting thought too, because you're kind of like drawing 3 cards off of it in a sense, and it's like fixing your mana for black, which is nice, and it's coming down early. And we're always going to be able to cast it. We're never going to have trouble with like having snowlands. But the reason we didn't do the Arkham's Astrolabe is because we're only running Deadly Dispute, Reckoner's Bargain, and Grim Search. If you decided you wanted Arkham's Astrolabe, you would add Costly Plunder and then Arkham's Astrolabe somewhere in here. I don't know which one it would be. And then at that point, there's other ones that you can do too. There's a couple of other sack effects you could play. There's a lot of options here. Yeah, Costly Plunder 2, which pushes you further into Arkham's Astrolabe. Yeah. There's always like, Costly Plunder starts to look... Here's the thing. Costly Plunder is nice when you're sacrificing food, treasure, stuff, right? But the question is, like, why wouldn't we just play Night's Whisper in this particular deck instead? That would be my next question, is like, instead of bending for the Arkham's Astrolabe, we do it that way. Either way, I think we're at a really good point here, and I think we're also at a very good stopping point too. This has been a very long stream. Dax, you've been a trooper here. I also want to switch this oubliette out with something that is less expensive, so that we can reflect the real price of this deck. So yeah, what if we do, what are the cheapest printings here? This one, that looks good. Can we get it sub $30? Can we get it sub $30? I think we can. I think if I go to cheapest printings, it's going to give me a bunch of white border cards and I'm going to tilt, but like, how do you do it? Cheapest, set to update to cheapest. Okay. All right, here we go. That's not the cheapest.
That's more.
Wait, what?
Now we have a foiled oubliette at 99 cents.
Wait, why did that added $8? What?
Control Z, go.
It can't be undone, it says.
Oh no.
Oh, wait, I'm so confused, chat. Why did that just happen? Wait. What did it do? Why did it do that? I feel so betrayed. What added $8? That's the other question. Is it the foil oubliette?
No, that's
the
cheaper.
Foil
Apparently
Double Masters is cheaper.
Yeah.
Snuff Out? Oh, that's where it is. Because I selected Doctor Who. And that added $8 because Snuff Out is an expensive card. That's what it is. Yeah. We could have also figured it out through here. Okay, so Snuff Out's probably going to be very cheap, but it won't be like $1 cheap, right? So it is going to be still Snuff Out. This deck will go down in price a little bit, but again, we're talking about a sub $40 deck that grinds unbelievably hard. It has great win conditions built into it. Like, I really like the Greater Tanuki, Generosent, Troll, Krosan Tusker. Like, all 4 of these are phenomenal reanimation targets, right? We can Dread Return them. Dread Return is amazing in this deck. We've got an amazing Pestilence deck that like feeds our life total so we can use it. We've Crypt Rats, Drown in Sorrow. We've got lots of things to deal with go wide decks. We've got plenty of things to deal with combo with removal. We've got reusable removal with Faceless Butcher. We have tutors out the yin yang here with Fierce Empath and Demir Houseguard, along with crop rotation. We have great edicts, enough fodder that we can do our thing, but not so much that it clogs our deck, a reasonable land count, tons of draw, and then a really robust Grave Flicker package with a commander that destroys things every time it comes back in and gains life. I mean, it's pretty dope. Very happy with this. So with that, my friends, it is time. It is time to wrap this live stream up. It is almost 10 o'clock here. Dax, it's almost like almost midnight, past midnight for you?
Yep, 10:01.
Okay, there we go. Yep, this has been a beast. Usually we try to keep these a little shorter, but I think this one here demanded a little bit more focus from us too, because there's so many good cards in it. There's so many questions to ask and to answer. Yeah, and Robert says, thank you for getting rid of the White Border Pestilence. You're very welcome. The only acceptable Pestilence to play in your deck is the Urza Saga, Beta Pestilence, or foreign Italian Pestilence. They're only like $5, so you should get them. I have 2 of them now. But yeah, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you who came and joined us for this live stream today. It was great having you here. Appreciate you all sticking around for the live stream. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I do want to take a moment to ask you all to do the cheap and the free thing. Leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Leave a comment if you want to help us with the algorithm. Make sure you're subscribed so you can see when we're going live and you don't miss any videos. And of course, if you want to take your support to the next level, you can find us on Patreon. Patreon.com/Common Connoisseurs is a great place where you can support us from anything from 2, 5, 10 on up from there at a monthly rate. It gets you access to the supporters only part of the Discord, which, Dax, it's not too bad, huh? The supporter section?
No, not at all. I enjoy it. Some good conversations in there, this card, that card. So if you have questions about decks, you want people to look at your decks, just maybe have a second pair of eyes on it. It's a good spot. We're all in there willing to talk shop. So it's a great time and a heck of a value with all of the minds that you get into that Discord.
It's a pretty cool place. We have a lot of the other content creators are in there as well, so you get access to them. And of course, one of the coolest things is that if you want to participate in these conversations before this live stream ever happens, for as much as a week, maybe even 2 or even 3 weeks ahead of time, that's how you do it. If you're in the supporter section of the Discord, you get access to me and the co-hosts that I've chosen for the Let's Build, where we talk about the deck ahead of time up until the stream so that we have something that's a little more cohesive, so that we have a game plan, and then you can be part of that. So that's a great way to kind of extend the value you get out of these videos, is to be participating in it all the way up until and then during the video. It's a great way to do it. Also, these interfaces that you see here, if you want to do your own streaming, or if you just want to hang out with your friends in Discord and show them your game while you're playing, maybe you want to have your face in the corner, something like this. These are things that I make. So if you want these, you sign up for the Patreon at the $10 level. I do make those and then customize them with your name. That includes Moxfield playtest interfaces, kind of like what you've seen here in other of my gameplay videos. But check that out. But before we go, I do want to thank all the people who are part of the Patreon for being a part of it. And so here they are: Max, Kelp, Paul, Neil, Alex, Jared, Dax, the PDH Pod, Sanctuary PDH, Jack, Eric, Adgan, Jerry, Zach, Scooby, Chris, Mizu, William, Paul, Corey, Derek, Devin, Ian, Bobby. Let's see. Oh, wait. We actually have to do the active ones here because some of those folks aren't active anymore. Paul, Corey, Derek, Ian, and Noyark. So for those of you with those names, thank you so much for supporting us. It's a real good heart warmer. I really appreciate that. And it all goes into the fund to buy Papa Papa a new computer, which will ensure that the content keeps flowing because it's starting to make weird sounds. So yeah, consider supporting there. But with that, let's wrap things up. Dax, thank you so much for jumping in today. It was short notice, but it was really great having you here. And also, one last thing. Before you go and check out Dax's YouTube channel. Let's get his numbers up before he's got any content up there. Dax is gonna be making. He's already starting to make PDH content, and it's going to be going there on YouTube. He also has a Twitch, which will probably be in the description of your YouTube video, it'll be there. I also have it linked in the description below. And so, yeah, take a moment before you go, hit that link, go over there, subscribe, and you'll see some of the great PDH content coming out from Dax as well. So, yeah, dude, thanks for being here. This is really fun.
Oh, thanks for having me. Even if it was last minute, you're like, hey, I'm just gonna whisper, Golgari into the Discord chat, and like, I'm here. It's fine. Let's sit and talk about 4 or 5 hours about some Golgari.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, and just another Golgari deck that I get to build. So looking forward to it.
Yep, it's fabulous, and there may be some more stuff in the future. Maybe we'll have to tackle like Dina, which when we started talking about Dina, you started getting my brain moving a little bit. It seems like it's better support than it was 3 years ago. So that'd be kind of cool to look at it with you again. We'll put that one. We'll bookmark that as another potential live stream.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, thank you so much for sticking with us today. I hope you have a great rest of the day wherever you are. Love you all very much. Thank you, Dax, and we'll catch you on the battlefield. Peace out, friends.